Abstraction by Unknown. Translated by Basil Hall Chamberlain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dramatis Personae.
Husband, read by Bob Gonzalez.
His Wife, read by Avayi.
Todd Rockershaw, their servant, read by Todd.
Narrator, read by Christine G. Scene 1. A room in a private house in Kiauto.
I am a resident in the suburbs of the metropolis. On the occasion of a recent journey down east, I was served at a tea-house in the post-town of Nogami in the province of Mino by a girl named Hana, who, having since then heard of my return to the capital, has followed me up here and settled down at Kitashirakaha, where she expects me this evening, according to a promise made by letter. But my vixen of a wife has got scent of the affair, and thus made it difficult for me to go. So, what I mean to do is to call her, and tell her some pretty fable that may set me free. Halloo! Halloo! Are you there, pray? Are you there?
So it seems you are pleased to call me. What may it be that makes you thus call me?
Well, please to come in.
Your commands are obeyed.
My reason for calling you is just simply this. I want to tell you how much my spirits have been affected by continual dreams that I have had. That is why I have called you.
You are talking rubbish. Dreams proceed from organic disturbance and do not come true. So pray don't trouble your head about them.
What you say is quite correct. Dreams, proceeding as they do from organic disturbance, do not come true 9 times out of 10. Still, mine have affected my spirits to such an extent that I think of making some pilgrimage or other to offer up prayers both on your behalf and on my own.
Then where shall you go?
I mean, to say nothing of those in the metropolis and in the suburbs, to worship at every Shinto shrine and every Buddhist temple throughout the land.
No, no, I won't allow you to go out of the house for a single hour. If you are so completely bent upon it, choose some devotion that can be performed at home.
Some devotion to be performed at home? What devotion could it be?
Burning incense on your arm or on your head.
How thoughtlessly you do talk. What? Is a devotion like that to suit me? A layman, if ever there was one.
I won't tolerate any devotion that cannot be performed at home.
Well, I never. You are one for talking at random. Hang it! What devotion shall it be?
He reflects a few moments.
Ah, I have it. I will perform the devotion of abstraction.
Abstraction? What is that?
Your want of familiarity with the term is but natural. It is a devotion that was practised in days of old by Saint Dharma. Blessings on him. You put your head under what is called the abstraction blanket, and obtain salvation by forgetting all things past and to come. A most difficult form of devotion.
About how long does it take?
Well, I should say about a week or 2.
That won't do either if it is to last so many days.
Then for how long would my darling consent to it without complaining?
About 1 hour is what I should suggest. But, however, if you can do it in a day, you are welcome to try.
Never! Never! This important devotion is not a thing to be so easily performed within the limits of a single day. Please, won't you grant me leave for at least a day and a night?
A day and a night.
Yes?
I don't much relish the idea, but if you are so completely bent upon it, take a day and a night for your devotion.
Really and truly?
Really and truly.
Oh, that is indeed too delightful. But I have something to tell you. Know then that if a woman so much as peep through a chink, to say nothing of her coming into the actual room where the devotee is sitting, the spell of the devotion is instantly broken. So be sure not to come in to where I am.
All right, I will not come to you, so perform away.
Well then, we will meet again after it shall have been happily accomplished.
I shall have the pleasure of seeing you when it is over. Goodbye.
Goodbye, goodbye.
Goodbye.
She moves away.
I say,
What is it?
as I mentioned before, mind you don't come to me. We have the Buddhist's warning words. When there is a row in the kitchen, to be wrapped in abstraction is an impossibility. So, whatever you do not come to me.
Please feel no uneasiness. I shall not think of intruding.
Well then, we shall meet again when the devotion is over.
When it is done, I shall have the pleasure of seeing you.
Goodbye,
Goodbye.
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 What fools women are, to be sure! To think of the delight of her taking it all for truth when I tell her that I'm going to perform the religious devotion of abstraction for one whole day and night. Tarokaja, are you there? Halloo?
Yes, sir?
Are you there?
At your service.
Oh, you have been quick in coming.
You seem, master, to be in good spirits.
For my good spirits there is a good reason. I have made, as you know, an engagement to go and visit Hana this evening. But as my old woman has got scent of the affair, thus making it difficult for me to go, I have told her that I mean to perform the religious devotion of abstraction for a whole day and night. A very good denial, is it not, for carrying out my plan of going to see Hana?
A very good device indeed, sir.
But in connection with it, I want to ask you to do me a good turn. Will you?
Pray, what may it be?
Why, just simply this. It is that I have told my old woman not to intrude on my devotions. But, being the vixen that she is, who knows but what she may not peep and look in? In which case she would make a fine noise if there were no semblance of a religious practice to be seen. And so, though it is giving you a great deal of trouble, I wish you would oblige me by taking my place until my return.
Oh, it would be no trouble, but I shall get such a scolding if found out, that I would rather ask you to excuse me.
What nonsense you talk! Do oblige me by taking my place, for I will not allow her to scold you.
Oh, sir, that is all very well, but pray excuse me for this time.
No, no, you must please do this for me, for I will not so much as let her point her finger at you.
Please, please, let me off.
Gracious goodness! The fellow heeds what my wife says, and won't heed what I say myself. Do you mean that you have made up your mind to brave me?
Threatening to beat him.
Oh, I will obey.
No, no, you mean to brave me.
Oh, no, sir, surely I have no choice but to obey.
Really and truly?
Yes, really and truly.
My anger was only a feint. Well then, take my place, please.
Yes, to be sure, if it is your desire, I will do so.
That is really too delightful. Just stop quiet while I set things right for you to sit in abstraction.
Your commands are laid to heart.
Sit down here.
Oh, what an unexpected honor!
Now then, I fear it will be uncomfortable, but oblige me by putting your head under this abstraction blanket.
Your commands are laid to heart.
Well, it is scarcely necessary to say so, but even if my old woman should tell you to take off the abstraction blanket, be sure not to do so until my return."
Of course not. I should not think of taking it off. Pray don't be alarmed.
"I will be back soon."
Please be good enough to return quickly."
Ah, that is well over. No doubt Hannah is waiting impatiently for me. I will make haste and go.
I am mistress of this house. I perfectly understood my partner the first time he asked me not to come to him on account of the religious devotion which he was going to perform. But there is something suspicious in his insisting on it a second time with a "Don't come to look at me, don't come to look at me." So I will just peep through some hidden corner and see what the thing looks like.
Peeping.
What's this? Why, it seems much more uncomfortable than I had supposed.
Coming in and drawing near.
Please, please, you told me not to come to you, and therefore I had intended not to do so, but I felt anxious, and so I have come. Won't you lift off that abstraction blanket and take something, if only a cup of tea, to unbend your mind a little?
The figure under the blanket shakes its head.
You are quite right. The thought of my being so disobedient and coming to you after the care you took to tell me not to intrude may justly rouse your anger. But please forgive my rudeness, and do please take that blanket off and repose yourself. Do.
The figure shakes its head again.
You may say no again and again, but I will have it off. You must take it off. Do you hear?
She pulls it off, and Tarogotcha stands exposed.
What? You rascal? Where has my old man gone? Won't you speak? Won't you speak?
"Oh, I know nothing."
Oh, how furious I am! Oh, how furious I am! Of course he must have gone to that woman's house. Won't you speak? Won't you speak? I shall tear you in pieces.
In that case, how can I keep anything from you? Master has walked out to see Miss Hannah.
What? Miss Hannah, do you say? Say minx, say minx. Gracious me, what a rage I am in. Then he really has gone to Hannah's house, has he?
Yes, he really has gone there.
Oh, when I hear he has gone to Hannah's house, I feel all ablaze, and oh, in such a passion, oh, in such a passion.
She bursts out crying.
Your tears are but natural.
Ah, I had meant not to let you go if you had kept it from me. But as you have told the truth, I forgive you. So get up.
I am extremely grateful for your kindness.
Now, tell me, how came you to be sitting here?
It was master's order that I should take his place, and so although it was most repugnant to me, there was no alternative but for me to sit down, and I did so.
Naturally. Now I want to ask you to do me a good turn. Will you?
Pray, what may it be?
Why, just simply this. You will arrange the blanket on top of me, just as it was arranged on the top of you. Won't you?
Oh, your commands ought, of course, to be laid to heart, but I shall get such a scolding if the thing becomes known, that I would rather ask you to excuse me.
No, no, I will not allow him to scold you. So you must really please arrange me.
Please, please, let me off this time.
No, no, you must arrange me, as I will not so much as let him point a finger at you.
Well, then, if it comes to my getting a scolding, I count on you, ma'am, as an intercessor.
Of course. I will intercede for you. So do you please arrange me?
In that case, be so good as to sit down here.
All right.
I fear it will be uncomfortable, but I must ask you to put your head under this.
Please arrange me so that he cannot possibly know the difference between us.
He will never know. It will do very nicely like this.
Will it?
Yes,
Well then, do you go and rest.
your commands are laid to heart.
He moves away.
Wait a moment, Tarokwaja.
Yes, ma'am?
It is scarcely necessary to say so, but be sure not to tell him that it is I.
Of course not. I should not think of telling him.
It has come to my ears that you have been secretly wishing for a purse and silk wrapper. I will give you one of each which I have worked myself.
I am extremely grateful for your kindness.
Now be off and rest.
Yes, ma'am.
Enter husband, singing as he walks along the road.
Why should the lonely sleeper heed the midnight bell, the bird of dawn? But all their sorrowful indeed, when loosened was the damask zone. Her image still, with locks that sleep had tangled, haunts me, and for like willow sprays where winds do sweep, all tangled to my feelings lie. As the world goes, it rarely happens, even with the most ardent secret love. But in my case I never see her but what I care for her more and more. 'Twas in the springtime that we first did meet, nor e'er can I forget my flowret sweet. Ah well, ah well, I keep talking like one in a dream, and meantime Tarokaja is sure to be impatiently awaiting me. I must get home. How will he have been keeping my place for me? I feel a bit uneasy.
He arrives at his house.
Halloo, halloo, Tarokaja, I'm back, I'm back.
He enters the room.
I'm just back. Poor fellow, the time must have seemed long to you. There now.
Seating himself.
Well, I should like to tell you to take off the abstraction blanket, but you would probably feel ashamed at being exposed. Anyhow, I will relate to you what Hana said last night, if you care to listen. Do you?
The figure nods acquiescence.
So you would like to. Well then, I'll tell you all about it. I made all the haste I could, but yet it was nearly dark before I arrived, and I was just going to ask admittance, my thoughts full of how anxiously Hana must be waiting for me in her loneliness, saying perhaps with the Chinese poet, "He promised, but he comes not, and I lie on my pillow in the 5th watch of the night. The wind shakes the pine trees and the bamboos. Can it be my beloved?" When there comes borne to me the sound of her voice, humming as she sat alone. The breezes through the pine trees moan, the dying torch burns low. Ah me, 'tis eerie all alone. Say, will he come or no? So I gave a gentle rap on the back door, on hearing which she cried out, "Who's there? Who's there?" Well, a shower was falling at the time, so I answered by singing, "Who comes to see you, Hana dear, regardless of the soaking rain? And do your words, 'Who's there, who's there?' mean that you wait for lovers twain?" To which Hana replied, "What a fine joke! Well, who can tell? On such a dark and rainy night, who ventures out must love me well. And I, of course, must be polite and say, "Pray, sir, pass this way." And with these words she loosened the ring and staple with a cling-a-ring, and pushed open the door with the crick-a-tick. And while the breeze from the bamboo blind poured towards me laden with the scent of flowers, out she comes to me, and "At your service, sir," says she, "though I am but a poor country maid." So in we went, hand in hand, to the parlour. But yet her first question, "Who's there?" had left me so doubtful as to whether she might not be playing a double game, that I turned my back on her, and said crossly that I supposed she had been expecting a number of lovers, and that the thought quite spoiled my pleasure. But, oh, what a darling Hannah is! Coming to my side and clasping tight my hand, she whispered, saying, "If I do please you not, then from the first better to have said that I do please you not. But wherefore pledge your troth, and after turn against me? Alas, alas! Why be so angry? I am playing no double game." Then she asked why I had not brought you, Tarokajah, with me. And on my telling her the reason why you had remained at home, "Poor fellow," said she, "how lonely he must be all by himself. Never was there a handier lad at everything than he, though doubtless it is a case of the mugwort planted among the hemp, which grows straight without need of twisting, and of the sand mixed with the mud, which gets black without need of dyeing. And it is his having been bound to you from a boy that has made him so genteel and clever. Please always be a kind master to him. Yes, those are the things you have said of you when Hannah is the speaker. As for my old vixen, she wouldn't let as much fall from her mug in the course of a century, I'll warrant."
Violent shaking under the blanket.
Then she asked me to pass into the inner room to rest a while. So in we went to the inner room, hand in hand. And then she brought out wine and food, and pressed me to drink, so that what with drinking oneself, and passing the cup to her, and pressing each other to drink, we kept feasting until far into the night, when at her suggestion another room was sought, and a little repose taken. But soon day began to break, and I said I would go home. Then Hannah exclaimed, "Methought that when I met thee, dearest heart, I'd tell thee all that swells within my breast, but now already 'tis the hour to part, and oh, how much still lingers unexpressed! Please stay and rest a little longer." "But no," said I must get home. All the temple bells are a-ringing." "And heartless priests they are," cried she, "that ring them. Horrid wretches to begin their ding-dong, 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 when it is still the middle of the night." But for all her entreaties, and for all my own regrets, I remembered that meeting is but parting, and, tearing me loose, I made to go. Farewell, farewell 1,000 times, like ocean sands untold, and followed by her distant gaze I went. But as I turned me round, the moon, a slender rim sparkling, remained behind, and oh, what pain it was to me to part!
He sheds tears.
And so I came home. Oh, isn't it a pity?
Weeping again.
Ah, well, out of my heart's joy has flamed all this long history, and meanwhile you must be very uncomfortable, take off that abstraction blanket. Take it off, for I have nothing more to tell you. Gracious goodness, what a stickler you are! Well then, I must pull it off myself. I will have it off, man, do you hear me?
He pulls off the blanket, and up jumps his wife.
Oh, how furious I am! Oh, how furious I am! To hoax me and go off to Hannah in that manner.
Oh, not at all, not at all. I never went to Hana. I have been performing my devotions. Indeed I have.
What? So he means to come and tell me that he has been performing his devotions? And then into the bargain to talk about things the old vixen would never have let drop? Oh, I am all ablaze with rage. Hoaxing me and going off. Where? Going off where?
Pursuing her husband round the stage.
Not at all, not at all. I never said anything of the kind. Do forgive me. Do forgive me.
Oh, how furious I am! Oh, how furious I am! Where have you been, sir? Where have you been?
Well then, why should I conceal it from you? I have been to pray both for your welfare and my own at the temple of the 500 disciples in Tsukush.
Oh, how furious I am! Oh, how furious I am! As if you could have got as far as the 500 disciples.
Do forgive me. Do forgive me.
Oh, how furious I am! Oh, how furious I am!
The husband runs away.
Where's the unprincipled wretch off to? Is there nobody there? Please catch him. I won't let him escape. I won't let him escape.
End of Abstraction. The Constant Lover, a comedy by St. John Hankin.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
The Constant Lover, a comedy by St. John Hankin. Characters: Evelyn Rivers,
Read by Charlotte Duckett.
Cecil Harberton.
by Matt Perard.
Before the curtain rises, the orchestra will play the woodland music, Cuckoo, from Hansel and Gretel, and possibly some of the Grieg pastoral music from Peer Gynt, or some Gabriel Fauré. Scene: a glade in a wood. About centre a great beech tree, the branches of which overhang the stage, the brilliant sunlight filtering through them. The sky, where it can be seen through the branches, is a cloudless blue. When the curtain rises, Cecil Harberton is discovered sitting on the ground under the tree, leaning his back against its trunk and reading a book. He wears a straw hat and the lightest of grey flannel suits. The chattering of innumerable small birds is heard while the curtain is still down, and this grows louder as it rises and we find ourselves in the wood. Presently a wood pigeon coos in the distance. Then a thrush begins to sing in the tree above Cecil's head, and is answered by another. After a moment Cecil looks up,
By Jove, that's jolly.
listens for a moment, then returns to his book. Suddenly a cuckoo begins to call instantly. After a moment or two he looks up again.
Cuckoo, too. Bravo.
Again he returns to his book. A moment later enter Evelyn Rivers. She also wears the lightest of summer dresses, as it is a cloudless day in May. On her head is a shady straw hat. As she approaches the tree, a twig snaps under her foot, and Cecil looks up. He jumps to his feet, closing book, and advances to her, eagerly holding out his right hand, keeping the book in his left.
Here you are at last.
At last?
Yes, you're awfully late.
Am I?
You know you are. I expected you at 3.
Why, I never said I'd come at 3. Indeed, I never said I'd come at all.
No, but it's always been 3.
Has it?
And now it's 1/2 past. I consider I've been cheated out of a whole half hour.
I couldn't help it. Mother kept me. She wanted the roses done in the drawing room.
How stupid of Mrs. Rivers.
Mr. Harburton.
What's the matter?
I don't think you ought to be calling my mother stupid.
Why not, if she is stupid? Most parents are stupid, by the way. I've noticed it before. Mrs. Rivers ought to have thought of the roses earlier. The morning is the proper time to gather roses. Didn't you tell her that?
I'm afraid I couldn't very well. You see, it was really I who ought to have thought of the roses. I always do them, but this morning I forgot.
I see.
Turning towards the tree.
Well, sit down now you are here. Isn't it a glorious day?
I don't believe I ought to sit down.
Turns to her.
Why not? There's no particular virtue about standing, is there? I hate standing. So let's sit down and be comfortable.
She sits, so does he. She sits on the bank under tree, left of it. He sits below bank, to right of tree.
But ought I to be sitting here with you? That's what I mean. It's not as if I really know you, is it?
Not know me?
The chatter of birds dies away.
Not properly. We've never been introduced. We just met quite by chance here in the wood.
Yes, what a glorious chance.
Still, I'm sure Mother wouldn't approve.
And you say Mrs. Rivers isn't stupid?
I expect most people would agree with her. Most people would say you oughtn't to have spoken to a girl you didn't know like that.
Oh, come. I only asked my way back to the inn.
There was no harm in you asking your way, of course. But then we began talking of other things. And then we sat down under this tree. And we've sat down under this tree every afternoon since. And that was a week ago.
Well, it's such an awfully jolly tree.
I don't know what Mother would say if she heard of it.
Would it be something unpleasant?
I'm afraid it would.
How fortunate you don't know it then.
Still, if I really oughtn't to be here, do you think I oughtn't to be here?
I don't think I should go into that if I were you. Sensible people think of what they want to do, not of what they ought to do. Otherwise they get confused. And then of course they do the wrong thing.
But if I do what I oughtn't, I generally feel sorry for it afterwards.
Not half sorry as you would have been if you hadn't done it. In this world the things one regrets are the things one hasn't done. For instance, if I hadn't spoken to you a week ago here in the wood, I should have regretted it all my life.
Would you?
He nods.
Really and truly?
Really and truly.
He lays his hand on hers for a moment. She lets it rest there. Cuckoo calls loudly once or twice. She draws her hand back.
There's the cuckoo.
Cecil rises and sits up on the bank right of her, leaning against tree.
Yes, isn't he jolly? Don't you love cuckoos?
They are rather nice.
Aren't they? And such clever beggars. Most birds are fools, like most people. As soon as they're grown up, they go and get married, and then the rest of their lives are spent in bringing up herds of children and wondering how on earth to pay their school bills. Your cuckoo sees the folly of all that. No school bills for her, no nursing the baby. She just flits from hedgerow to hedgerow, flirting with other cuckoos, and when she lays an egg she lays it in someone else's nest, which saves all the trouble of housekeeping. Oh, a wise bird.
Pouting, looking away from him.
I don't know that I do like cuckoos so much after all. They sound to me rather selfish.
Yes, but so sensible. The duck's a wise bird too in her way, but her way's different from the cuckoo's. She always treads on her eggs.
Clumsy creature.
Not a bit. She does it on purpose. You see, it's much less trouble than sitting on them. As soon as she's laid an egg, she raises one foot absent-mindedly and gives a warning quack, whereupon the farmer rushes up, takes it away, and puts it under some wretched hen, who has to do the sitting for her. I call that genius.
Genius.
Yes, genius is the infinite capacity for making other people take pains.
How can you say that?
I didn't. Carlyle did.
I don't believe he said anything of the kind. And I don't believe ducks are clever one bit. They don't look clever.
That's part of their cleverness. In this world, if one is wise, one should look like a fool. It puts people off their guard. That's what the duck does.
Well, I think ducks are horrid, and cuckoos too. I believe most birds like bringing up their children and feeding them and looking after them.
They do. That's the extraordinary part of it. They spend their whole lives building nests and laying eggs and hatching them. And when the chickens come out, the father has to fuss round finding worms. And the nests abominably overcrowded, and the babies are perpetually squalling, and that drives the husband to the public house, and it's all as uncomfortable as the devil.
Mr. Harburton.
Well, I shouldn't like it. In fact, I would call it fatuous.
Evelyn is leaning forward, pondering this philosophy with a slightly puckered brow. A slight pause.
I say, you don't look a bit comfortable like that. Lean back against the tree. It's a first-rate tree. That's why I chose it.
Tries and fails.
I can't. My hat gets in the way.
Take it off, then.
I think I will. That's better.
Leans back luxuriously against the trunk. Puts her hat down on the bank beside her.
Much better.
Looks at her with frank admiration.
By Jove, you do look jolly without your hat.
Do I?
Yes, your hair's such a jolly color. I noticed it the first time I saw you. You had your hat off then, you know. You were walking through the wood, fanning yourself with it, and directly I caught sight of you, the sun came out and simply flooded your hair with light, and there was the loveliest pink flush on your cheeks, and your eyes were soft and shining.
Mr. Harburton, you mustn't say things to me like that.
Mustn't I? Why not? Don't you like being told you look jolly?
I do like it, of course, but ought you?
Oh, it's that again.
I mean, it's not right for men to say these things to girls.
I don't see that, if they're true. You are pretty, and your eyes are soft, and your cheeks, why, they're flushing at this moment. Why shouldn't I say it?
Please?
She stops, and her eyes fill with tears.
Miss Rivers, what's the matter? Why, I believe you're crying.
I'm not.
You are. I can see the tears. Have I said anything to hurt you? What is it? Tell me.
It's nothing. Nothing really. I'm all right now. Only, you won't say things like that to me again, would you? Promise.
Taking out her handkerchief.
I promise, if you really wish it. And now dry your eyes, and let's be good children. That's what my nurse used to say when my sister and I quarreled. Shall I dry them for you?
Takes her handkerchief and does so tenderly.
Thank you.
Takes away handkerchief.
How absurd you are.
Thank you.
Evelyn moves down, sitting at bottom of bank, a little below him.
Did you often quarrel with your sister?
Perpetually. And my brothers. Didn't you?
I never had any.
Poor little kid. You must have been rather lonely.
There was always Reggie.
Reggie?
My cousin, Reggie Townsend. He lived with us when we were children. His parents were in India.
So he used to quarrel with you instead.
Oh no, we never quarrelled. At least, Reggie never did. I did sometimes.
How dull. There's no good in quarreling if people won't quarrel back.
I don't think there's any good in quarrelling at all.
Oh, yes, there is. There's the making it up again.
Was that why you used to quarrel with your sisters?
I expect so, though I didn't know it, of course. Then I used to tease her awfully, I remember, and pull her hair. She had awfully jolly hair. Like yours. Oh, I forgot. I mustn't say that. Used you to pull Reggie's hair?
I'm afraid I did sometimes.
I was sure of it. How long was he with you?
Till he went to Winchester. And of course he used to be with us in the holidays after that. and he comes to us now whenever he can get away for a few days. He's in his uncle's office in the city. He'll be a partner some day.
Poor chap.
Poor chap. Mother says he's very fortunate.
She would. Parents always think it very fortunate when young men have to go to an office every day. I know mine do.
Do you go to an office every day?
No,
Then I don't think you can know much about it, can you?
I know too much. That's why I don't go.
What do you do?
I don't do anything. I'm at the bar.
If you're at the bar, why are you down here instead of up in London working?
Because if I were in London I might possibly get a brief. It's not likely, but it's possible. And if I got a brief I should have to be mugging in chambers, or wrangling in a stuffy court, instead of sitting under a tree in the shade with you.
But ought you to waste your time like that?
Waste my time? To sit under a tree, a really nice tree like this, talking to you? You can call that wasting time?
Isn't it?
No. To sit in a frowsy office adding up figures when the sky's blue and the weather's heavenly, that's wasting time. The only real way in which one can waste time is not to enjoy it, to spend one's day blinking at a ledger and never notice how beautiful the world is and how good it is to be alive, to be only making money when one might be making love. That is wasting time.
How earnestly you say that.
Isn't it true?
Cecil leans forward, close to her,
Perhaps it is.
looks away from him.
You know it is. Everyone knows it is. Only people won't admit it.
Leaning towards her and looking into her eyes.
You know it at this moment.
I think I do.
For a long moment they look into each other's eyes. Then he takes her two hands, draws her slowly towards him, and kisses her gently on the lips.
Ah.
Sigh of satisfaction. He releases her hands and leans back against the tree again.
Mr. Harburton, you oughtn't have done that.
Why not?
Because you oughtn't. 'Cause men oughtn't kiss girls.
Oughtn't to kiss girls? What nonsense! What on earth were girls made for, if not to be kissed?
I mean, they oughtn't unless
Unless.
they love them.
But I do love you. Of course I love you. That's why I kissed you.
A thrush is heard calling in the distance.
Really?
Cecil nods. Evelyn sighs contentedly.
That makes it all right then.
I should think it did. And as it's all right, I may kiss you again, mayn't I?
If you like.
You darling.
Takes her in his arms and kisses her long and tenderly.
Lean your head on my shoulder. You'll find it awfully comfortable.
He leans back against the tree.
There. Is that all right?
She does so.
Quite.
How pretty your hair is. I always thought your hair lovely. And it's as soft as silk. I always knew it would be like silk.
Strokes it.
Do you like me to stroke your hair?
Yes.
Sensible girl. I say, what am I to call you? Do you know, I don't even know your Christian name yet?
Don't you?
No, you've never told me. What is it? Mine's Cecil.
Mine's Evelyn.
Evelyn? Oh, I don't like Evelyn. It's rather a stodgy sort of name. I think I shall call you Eve. Does anyone else call you Eve?
No.
Then I shall certainly call you Eve, after the first woman man ever loved. May I?
If you like. Cecil.
That's settled then.
He kisses her again. Pause of utter happiness, during which he settles her head more comfortably on his shoulder and puts arm around her.
Isn't it heavenly to be in love?
Heavenly.
There's nothing like it in the whole world. Say so.
Love is the most beautiful thing in the whole wide world.
Good girl. There's a reward for saying it right.
Kisses her. Pause of complete happiness for both.
I'm afraid Reggie won't be pleased.
The chatter of sparrows is heard.
Won't he?
No, you see, Reggie's in love with me too. He always has been in love with me, for years and years. Poor Reggie.
On the contrary, happy Reggie.
What do you mean?
To have been in love with you years and years. I've only been in love with you a week. I've only known you a week.
I'm afraid Reggie didn't look at it like that.
No brains.
You see, I always refused him.
And he always went on loving you. What more could the silly fellow want?
He wanted me to accept him, I suppose.
The bird chatter dies away.
Ah, Reggie ought to read Keats' Ode to an Grecian Urn. I say, what jolly eyes you've got. I noticed them the moment we met here in the wood. That was why I spoke to you.
I thought it was to ask your way back to the inn.
That was an excuse. I knew the way as well as you did. I'd only just come from there. But when I saw you with the sunshine on your pretty soft hair and lighting up your pretty soft eyes, I said I must speak to her, and I did. Are you glad I spoke to you?
Yes,
Glad and glad?
yes.
Good girl.
Leans over and kisses her cheek. Sits up.
Now we must go and tell Mother.
Ah, need we?
Of course.
Well, if you think so.
You don't seem to look forward to it much.
I don't. That's the part I always hate.
Always.
Yes, the going to the parents and all that. Parents really are the most preposterous people. They've no feeling for romance whatever. You meet a girl in a wood. It's May, the sun shining. There's not a cloud in the sky. She's adorably pretty. You fall in love. Everything heavenly. Then, why, I can't imagine, she wants you to tell her mother. Well, you do tell her mother, and her mother at once begins to ask you what your profession is, and how much money you earn, and how much money you have that you don't earn, and that spoils it all.
But I don't understand. You talk as if you've actually done this all before.
So I have, lots of times.
Oh,
Jumps up from the ground and faces him, her eyes flashing with rage.
I say, don't get up. It's not time to go yet. It's only 4. Sit down again.
Struggling for words.
do you mean to say you've been in love with other girls before? Other girls?
Apparently genuinely astonished at the question.
Of course I have.
Have you been engaged to them?
Not engaged. I've never been engaged so far. But I've been in love over and over again.
Evelyn stamps her foot with rage, turning away from him.
My dear girl, what is the matter? You look quite cross.
Rises.
And you're not ashamed of it?
Ashamed of it? Ashamed of being in love? How can you say such a thing? Of course I'm not ashamed. What's the good of being alive at all if one isn't to be in love? I'm perpetually in love. In fact, I'm hardly ever out of love with somebody.
Then if you're in love, why don't you get engaged? A man has no business to love a girl and not be engaged to her. It's not right.
That's the parents' fault. I told you parents were preposterous people. They won't allow me to get engaged.
Why not?
Oh, for different reasons. They say I'm not serious enough, or that I don't work enough, or that I haven't got enough money, or else they simply say they don't think I'm fitted to make their daughter happy. Anyhow, that won't sanction an engagement. They all agree about that. Your mother would be just the same.
Impatient exclamation from Evelyn.
I don't blame her. I don't say she's not right. I don't say they haven't all been right. In fact, I believe they have been right. I'm only explaining how it is.
I see how it is. You don't want to be married.
Of course I don't want to be married. Nobody does unless he's perfectly idiotic. One wants to be in love. Being in love's splendid. And I dare say being engaged isn't bad, though I've had no experience of that so far. But being married must be simply hateful.
How can it be hateful to be married if it's splendid to be in love?
The cuckoo is heard.
Have you forgotten the cuckoo?
Oh,
No ties, no responsibilities, no ghastly little villa with children bellowing in the nursery. Just life in the open hedgerow. Life and love. Happy cuckoo.
I think cuckoos are detestable. They are horrid, disgusting birds.
No, no, I can't have you abusing cuckoos. They're particular friends of mine. In fact, I'm a sort of cuckoo myself.
Turning to him,
Oh, I hate you, I hate you.
stamps her foot.
You don't.
I do.
Shaking his head.
You don't. One never really hates the people one has once loved.
He looks into her eyes. For a moment or two she returns his gaze fiercely. Then her eyes fall and they fill with tears.
You are horrid to say that.
Why?
'Cause it's true, I suppose. But I'm so unhappy.
Eve, you're crying. You mustn't do that. I can't bear seeing people cry.
Don't. I can't bear you to touch me. After falling in love with one girl after another, like that. When I thought you were only in love with me.
So I am only in love with you now.
But I thought you'd never been in love with anyone else. And I let you call me Eve because you said she was the first woman man ever loved.
But I never said she was the only one, did I? And one can't help being in love with people when one is in love, can one? I couldn't help falling in love with you, for instance, the moment I saw you. You looked simply splendid. It was such a splendid day, too. Of course I fell in love with you.
Slightly appeased by his compliment, drying her eyes.
But you seem to fall in love with such a lot of people.
I do. But ought you to throw stones at me? After all, being in love with more than one person is no worse than having more than one person in love with you. How about Reggie?
Reggie?
The sparrow's chatter starts again.
Reggie's in love with you, isn't he? So am I. And both at once, too. I'm only in love with one person at a time.
I can't help Reggie being in love with me.
And I can't help my being in love with you. That's just my point. I knew you'd see it.
I don't see it at all. Reggie is quite different from you. Reggie's love is true and constant.
Well, I'm a constant lover, if you come to that.
You aren't. You know you aren't.
Yes, I am. A constant lover is a lover who is constantly in love.
Only with the same person.
It doesn't say so. It only says constant.
How ridiculous you are.
That's right. Now you're good-tempered again.
I'm not.
What a story.
I'm not. I'm very, very angry.
That's impossible. You can't possibly be angry and laugh at the same time, can you? No one can. And you did laugh. You're doing it now.
She does so unwillingly.
So don't let's quarrel any more. It's absurd to quarrel on such a fine day, isn't it? Let's make it up and be lovers again.
The sparrows die away. Shaking her head.
No.
Please?
Shaking her head.
No.
Well, you're very foolish. Love isn't a thing to throw away. It's too precious for that. Love is the most beautiful thing in the whole world. You said so yourself, not 10 minutes ago.
I didn't. You said it.
Looking down.
But you said it after me. Eve, dear, don't be silly. Let's be in love while we can. Youth is the time to be in love, isn't it? Soon you and I will be dull and stupid and middle-aged like all the other tedious people. And then it will be too late. Youth passes so quickly. Don't let's waste a second of it. They say the May-fly only lives for one day. He is born in the morning. All the afternoon he flutters over the river in the sunshine, dodging the trout and flirting with other May-flies, and at evening he dies. Think of the poor May-fly who happens to be born on a wet day. The tragedy of it!
Poor Mayfly.
There, you're sorry for the May-fly, you see. You're only angry with me.
Because you're not a Mayfly.
Yes, I am. A sort of May-fly.
With suspicion of tears in her voice.
You aren't. How can you be? Besides, you just said you were a cuckoo.
I suppose I'm a cuckoo May-fly, for I hate wet days. And if you're going to cry again, it might just as well be wet, mightn't it? So do dry your eyes like a good girl. Let me do it for you.
Does it with her handkerchief.
There, that's better. And now we're going to be good children again, aren't we? And you'll kiss and be friends?
I'll be friends, of course. But you must not kiss me again.
What a shame! Why not?
Because you mustn't.
Well, you'll sit down again anyhow, won't you? Just to show we've made it up?
No.
Then you haven't really made it up.
Yes, I have.
Picks up her hat.
I must go now. Reggie's coming down by the 5 o'clock train, and I want to be at the station to meet him. Goodbye, Mr. Harburton.
Eve, you're going to accept Reggie.
I wonder.
And he'll have to tell your mother?
Of course.
Poor Reggie. So his romance ends too.
I won't. If I marry Reggie, I shall make him very happy.
Very likely. Marriage may be happiness, but I'm hanged if it's romance.
Oh.
She turns away and exits right. Cecil watches her departure with a smile half amused, half pained, till she is long out of sight. Then, with a half sigh, turns back to his tree, reseating himself.
Poor Reggie.
Reopens his book and settles himself to read again. A cuckoo hoots loudly from a distant thicket and is answered by another. Cecil looks up from his book to listen as the curtain falls. End of The Constant Lover by St. John Hankin.
The Day of the Woomer Dukes by Frederick Pohl. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Day of the Woomer Dukes by Frederick Pohl.
Foraminifera 9, read by Phil Chenevert.
Shield 8805, read by Beardo.
Cow, read by Charlotte Duckett.
Sandy Van Pelt, read by Chuck Williamson.
Priam's Ma, read by Amanda Friday.
Narration by Todd. 1. Foraminifera 9.
Pop test outwardly, some pat some therefore who quite schmerz. Excuse me, I mean to say that it was like an endless diet of days, boring, tedious. No, it loses too much in the translation. Explain my reasons. I say, do my reasons matter? No, not to you. For you are troglodytes, knowing nothing of causes, understanding only acts. Acts and facts. I will give you acts and facts. First, you must know how I am called. My name is Foraminifera 9, Hart Bailey's Beam, and I am of adequate age and size. If you doubt this, I am prepared to fight. Once the deity of life, as you might say, had made itself clear to me, there were, of course, only two alternatives. I do not like to die, so that possibility was out, and the remaining alternative was flight. Naturally, the necessary machinery was available to me. I arrogated a small viewing machine and scanned the centuries of the past in the hope that a sanctuary might reveal itself to my aching eyes. Quel deity that was! Back I went through the ages, back to the century of the dog, back to the age of the crippled men. I found no time better than my own. Back I peered, back as far as the numbered years. The 28th century was a boredom unendurable, the 26th a morass of dullness, 25th, 24th. Wherever I looked, tediety was what I found. I snapped off the machine and considered. Put the problem thus: was there in all the pages of history no age in which a 9-Hort-Bailey's beam might find adventure and excitement? That had to be. It was not possible, I told myself, despairing, that from the dawn of the dreaming primates until my own time there was no era at all in which I could be happy. Yes, I suppose happiness is what I was looking for. But where was it? In my viewer I had 50 centuries or more to look back upon, and that was, I decreed, the trouble. I could spend my life staring into the viewer, and yet never discover the time that was right for me. There were simply too many eras to choose from. It was like an enormous library in which there had to be, contained the one fact I was looking for, that, lacking an index, I might wear my life away and never find. Index! I said the word aloud, for to be sure it was the answer. I had the freedom of the learning lodge, and the index in the reading room could easily find for me just what I wanted. Splendid, splendid! I almost felt cheerful. I quickly returned the viewer I had been using to the keeper, and received my deposit back. I hurried to the learning lodge, and fed my specifications into the index as follows, that is to say, find me a time in the recent past where there is adventure and excitement, where there is a secret, colorful band of desperadoes with whom I can ally myself. I then added 2 specifications. Second, that it should be before the time of the high radiation levels. And first, that it should be after the discovery of anesthesia in case of accident, and retired to a desk in the reading room to await results. It took only a few moments, which I occupied in making a list of the gear I wished to take with me. Then there was a hiss and a crackle, and in the receiver of the desk a book appeared. I unzipped the case, took it out, and opened it to the pages marked on the attached reading tape. I had found my wonderland of adventure. Hours and days of exciting preparation. What a round of packing and buying! What a filling out of forms and a stamping of visas! What an orgy of injections and inoculations and preventative therapy! Merely getting ready for the trip made my pulse race faster and my adrenaline balance rise to the very point of paranoia. It was like being given a true blue new chance to live. At last I was ready. I stepped into the transmission capsule, set the dials, unlocked the door, stepped out, collapsed the capsule, and stored it away in my carryall, and looked about at my new home. Phew! Quel smell of staleness, of sourness, above all of coldness. It was a close matter, then, if I would be able to keep from a violent eructative stenosis, as you say. I closed my eyes and remembered warm violets for a moment, and then it was all right. The coldness was not merely a smell, it was a physical fact. There was a damp grayish substance underfoot which I recognized as snow, and in a hard-surfaced roadway there were a number of wheeled vehicles moving, which caused the liquefying snow to splash about me. I adjusted my coat controls for warmth and deflection, but that was the best I could do. The reek of stale decay remained. Then there were also the buildings, painfully almost vertical. I believed it would not have disturbed me if they had been truly vertical, but many of them were minutes of arc from a true perpendicular, all of them covered with a carboniferous material which I instantly perceived was an inadvertent deposit from the air. It was a bad beginning. However, I was not bored. I made my way down the street, as you say, toward where a group of young men were walking toward me, 5 abreast. As I came near, they looked at me with interest and cool respect, conversing with each other in whispers. I addressed them. Sirs, please direct me to the nearest recruiting office, as you say, for the dread Camorra. They stopped and pressed about me, looking at me intently. They were handsomely, though cruelly dressed, in coats of a striking orange color, and long trousers of an extremely dark material. I decreed that I might not have made them understand me. It is always probable, it is understood, that a quick-nick course in dialects of the past may not give one instant command of spoken communication in the field. I spoke again. I wish to encounter a representative of the Camorra, in other words, the Black Hand, in other words, the cruel and sinister Sicilian terrorist named the Mafia. Do you know where these can be found? One of them said, Nah, what's that jive? I puzzled over what he had said for a moment, but in the end decreed that his message was sense-free. As I was about to speak, however, he said suddenly, Let's rove, man. And all 5 of them walked quickly away a few yards. It was quite disappointing. I observed them conferring among themselves, glancing at me, and for a time proposed terminating my venture, for I then believed that it would be better to return home, as you say, in order to more adequately research the matter. However, the 5 young men came toward me again. The one who had spoken before, who I now detected was somewhat taller and fatter than the others, spoke as follows. You're wanting the Mafia? I agreed. He looked at me for a moment. Are you Holden? He was inordinately hard to understand. I said slowly and with patience, Kiska that Holding say? Money, man. You gonna slip us something to help you find these cats? Certainly, money. I have a great quantity of money instantly available, I rejoined him. This appeared to relieve his mind. There was a short pause, directly after which this first of the young men spoke. You're on, man. Yeah, come with us. What's to call you? I queried this last statement, and he expanded. The name. What's the name? You may call me Foraminifera 9, I directed, since I wish to be incognito, as you put it, and we proceeded along the street. All 5 of the young men indicated a desire to serve me, offering indeed to take my carry-all. I rejected this politely. I looked about me with lively interest, as you may well believe. Cold dirt, cold dinginess, cold, and yet there was a certain charm which I can determine no way of expressing in this language. Acts and facts, of course. I shall not attempt to capture the subjectivity which is the charm, only to transcribe the physical datum, perhaps even data. Who knows? My companions, for example, they were in appearance overwrought, looking about them continually, stopping entirely and drawing me with them into the shelter of a door, when another man, this one wearing blue clothing and a visored hat, appeared. Yet they were clearly devoted to me at that moment, since they had put aside their own projects in order to escort me without delay to the Mafia. Mafia! Fortunate that I had found them to lead me to the Mafia, for it had been clear in the historical work I had consulted that it was not ultimately easy to gain access to the Mafia. Indeed, so secret were they that I had detected no trace of their existence in other histories of the period. Had I relied only on the conventional work, I might never have known of their great underground struggle against what you term society. It was only in the actual contemporary volume itself, the curiously titled USA Confidential, by one Late and one Mortimer, that I had descried that throughout the world this great revolutionary organization flexed its tentacles. The plexus within a short distance of where I now stood, battling courageously, with me to help them, what heights might we not attain? Cold dramatic delight. My meditations were interrupted. "Boomers!" asserted one of my 5 escorts in a loud, frightened tone. "Let's cut, man," he continued, leading me with them into another entrance. It appeared, as well as I could decree, that the cause of this ejaculative outcry was the discovery of perhaps 3, perhaps 4 other young men in coats of the same shiny material as my escorts. The difference was that they were of a different color, being blue. We hastened along a lengthy chamber, which was quite dark, immediately after which the large heavy one opened a way to a serrated incline leading downward. It was extremely dark, I should say. There was also an extreme smell, quite like that of the outer air, but enormously intensified. One would suspect that there was an incomplete combustion of perhaps wood or coal, as well as a certain quantity of general decay. At any rate, we reached the bottom of the incline, and my escort behaved quite badly. One of them said to the other 4 in these words: "Them jumpers follow us sure. Yeah, there's much trouble. What's to prime this guy now and split?" Instantly they fell upon me with violence. I had fortunately become rather alarmed at their visible emotion of fear, and already had taken from my carryall a Stolgratz 16, so that I quickly turned it on them. I started to replace the Stolgratz 16 as they fell to the floor, yet I realized that there might be an additional element of danger. Instead of putting the Stolgratz 16 in with the other trade goods which I had brought to assist me in negotiating with the Mafia, I transferred it to my jacket. It had become clear to me that the 5 young men of my escort had intended to abduct and rob me, indeed, had intended it all along, perhaps having never intended to convey me to the office of the Mafia. And the other young men, those who wore the blue jackets in place of the orange, were already descending the incline toward me quite rapidly. "Stop," I directed them. "I shall not entrust myself to you until you have given me evidence that you entirely deserve such trust." They all halted, regarding me and the Stolgratz 16. I detected that one of them said to another, "That cat's got a zip." The other denied this, saying, "That ain't no zip, man. Yeah, look at them leopards. Say, you bust them flunkies with that thing?" I perceived his meaning quite quickly. "You are correct," I rejoined. "Are you associated in friendship with them flunkies?" Hell no. Yeah, they're leopards and we're boomerdukes. You cool them, you do us much good. I received this information as indicating that the two socio-economic units were inimical and unfortunately lapsed into an example of the bivalent error. Since P implied not Q, I sloppily assumed that not Q implied R, with, you understand, R being taken as the class of phenomena pertinently favorable to me. This was a very poor construction, and of course resulted in certain difficulties. QED, after all, I stated, them flunkies offered to conduct me to a recruiting office, as you say, of the Mafia, but instead tried to take from me the much money I am holding. I then went on to describe to them my desire to attain contact with the said Mafia. Meanwhile, they descended further and grouped about me in the very little light, examining curiously the motionless figures of the leopards. They seemed to be greatly impressed, and at the same time very much puzzled. Naturally, they looked at the leopards and then at me. They gave every evidence of wishing to help me, but of course if I had not forgotten that one cannot assume from the statements non-leopard implies boomerduke, and not leopard implies foraminifera 9, that QED, boomerduke implies foraminifera 9, if I had not forgotten this, I say, I should not have been deceived. For in practice they were as little favorable to me as the leopards. A certain member of their party reached a position behind me. I quickly perceived that his intention was not favorable, and attempted to turn around in order to discharge at him with the Stolgratz 16, but he was very rapid. He had a metallic cylinder, and with it struck my head, knocking me unconscious.
2. Shield 8805.
This candy store is called Chris's. There must be 10,000 like it in the city. A marble counter with perhaps 5 stools, a display case of cigars, and a bigger one of candy, a few dozen girly magazines hanging by clothespin sort of things from wire ropes along the wall. It has a couple very small glass-topped tables under the magazines, and a juke. I can't imagine a place like Chris's without a juke. I'd been sitting around Chris's for a couple hours, and I was beginning to get edgy. The reason I was sitting around Chris's was not that I liked Cokes particularly, but that it was one of the hanging out places of a juvenile gang called the Leopards, with whom I had been trying to work for nearly a year. And the reason I was becoming edgy was that I didn't see any of them there. The boy behind the counter, he had the same first name as I, Walter in both cases, although my last name was Hutner, and his, I believe, was something Puerto Rican. The boy behind the counter was dummying up too. I tried to talk to him on and off when he wasn't busy. He wasn't busy most of the time. It was too cold for sodas. But he just didn't want to talk. Now, these kids love to talk. A lot of what they have to say doesn't make sense, either bullying or bragging or purposeless swearing, but talk is the normal state. When they quiet down, it means trouble. For instance, if you ever find yourself walking down 35th Street and a couple of kids pass you talking, you don't have to bother looking around. But if they stop talking, turn quickly, you're about to be mugged. Not that Walt was a mugger, as far as I know, but that is the pattern of the Enclave. So his being quiet was a bad sign. It might mean that a rumble was brewing, and that meant my work so far had been pretty nearly a failure. Even worse, it might mean that somehow the Leopards had discovered that I had passed my examinations and had been appointed to the New York City Police Force as a rookie patrolman, Shield 8805. Trying to work with these kids is hard enough at best. They don't like outsiders. But they particularly hate cops, and I had been trying for some weeks to decide how I could break the news to them. The door opened. Hawk stood there. He didn't look at me, which was a bad sign. Hawk was one of the youngest of the Leopards, a skinny, very dark kid who had been reasonably friendly to me. He stood at the open door with snow blowing in past him. Walt, out here, man. It wasn't me he meant. They call me Champ. I suppose because I beat them all shooting 8-ball pool. Walt put down the comic he had been reading and walked out, also without looking at me. They closed the door. Time passed. I saw them through the window, talking to each other, looking at me. It was something, all right. They were scared. That's bad, because these kids are like wild animals. If you scare them, they hit first. It's the only way they know to defend themselves. But on the other hand, a rumble wouldn't scare them. Not where they would show it. And finding out about the shield in my pocket wouldn't scare them either. They hated cops, as I say, but cops are part of their environment. It was strange and baffling. Walt came back in, and Hawk walked rapidly away. Walt went behind the counter, lit a cigarette, wiped at the marble top, picked up his comic, put it down again, and finally looked at me. He said, "Some punk busted Fayo and a couple of the boys. It's real trouble." I didn't say anything. He took a puff on his cigarette. "They're chilled, Champ. 5 of them." Chilled? Dead? It sounded bad. There hadn't been a real rumble in months, not with a killing. He shook his head. "Not dead. You're wanting to see? You go down to Gomez's cellar. Yeah, they're all stiff, but they're breathing. I'll be along as soon as the old man comes back in the store." He looked pretty sick. I left it at that and hurried down the block to the tenement where the Gomez family lived, and then I found out why. They were sprawled on the filthy floor of the cellar like winos in an alley. Fayo, who ran the gang, Jap, Baker, 2 others who I didn't know as well. They were breathing, as Walt had said, but you just couldn't wake them up. Hawk and his twin brother Yogi were there with him, looking scared. I couldn't blame them. The kids looked perfectly all right, but it was obvious that they weren't. I bent down and smelled, but there was no trace of liquor or anything on their breath. I stood up. "We better get a doctor." "Nay, you can call the meat wagon, and a cop comes right with it, man," Yogi said, and his brother nodded. I laid off that for a moment. "What happened?" Hawk said, "You know that witch Gloria goes with one of the Boomer Dukes? She opened her big mouth to my girl. Yeah, opened her mouth and much bad talk came out. Said Fayo primed some jumper with a zip, and the punk cooled him, and then a couple of the boomers moved in real cool. Now they got the punk with the zip and much other stuff, real stuff." "What kind of stuff?" Hawk looked worried. He finally admitted that he didn't know what kind of stuff, but it was something dangerous in the way of weapons. It had been the zip that had knocked out the 5 leopards. I sent Hawk out to the drugstore for smelling salts and containers of hot black coffee. Not that I knew what I was doing, of course, but they were dead set against calling an ambulance. And the boys didn't seem to be in any particular danger, only sleep. However, even then, I knew that this kind of trouble was something I couldn't handle alone. It was a toss-up what to do. The smart thing was to call the precinct right then and there, but I couldn't help feeling that that would make the leopards clam up hopelessly. The 6 months I had spent trying to work with them had not been too successful. A lot of the other neighborhood workers had made a lot more progress than I. But at least they were willing to talk to me, and they wouldn't talk to uniformed police. Besides, as soon as I had been sworn in the day before, I had begun the practice of carrying my .38 at all times, as regulations say. It was in my coat. There was no reason for me to feel I needed it, but I did. If there is any truth to the story of Zip knocking out the boys, and I had all 5 of them right here for evidence, I had the unpleasant conviction that there was real trouble circulating around East Harlem that afternoon. "Champ, they all waking up." I turned around, and Hawk was right. The 5 leopards, all of a sudden, were stirring and opening their eyes. Maybe the smelling salts had something to do with it, but I rather think not. We fed them some of the black coffee, still reasonably hot. They were scared. They were more scared than anything I had ever seen in those kids before. They could hardly talk at first, and when they finally came around enough to tell me what had happened, I could hardly believe them. This man had been small and peculiar, and he had been looking for, of all things, the Mafia, which he had read about in the history books old history books. Well, it didn't make sense, unless you were prepared to make certain assumption that I refused to make. Man from Mars? Nonsense. Or from the future? Equally ridiculous. Then the 5 leopards, reviving, began to walk around. The cellar was dark and dirty, and packed with the accumulation of generations in the way of old furniture and rat-inhabited mattresses and piles of newspapers. It wasn't surprising that we hadn't noticed the little gleaming thing that apparently had rolled under an abandoned potbelly stove. Jap picked it up, squalled, dropped it, and yelled for me. I touched it cautiously, and it tingled. It wasn't painful, but it was an odd, unexpected feeling. Perhaps you've come across the buzzers that novelty stores sell, which, concealed in the palm, give a sudden, surprising tingle when the owner shakes hands with an unsuspecting friend. It was like that, a mild electric shock. I picked it up and held it. It gleamed brightly with a light of its own. It was round. It made a faint, droning sound. I turned it over, and it spoke to me. It said, in a friendly feminine whisper, "Warning! This portatron attuned only to Bailey's beam percepts. Remain quiescent while the adjuster comes." That settled it. Any time a lit-up cue ball talks to me, I refer the matter to a higher authority. I decided on the spot I was heading for the precinct house, no matter what the leopards thought. But when I turned and headed for the stairs, I couldn't move. My feet simply would not lift off the ground. I twisted and stumbled, and fell in a heap. I yelled for help, but it didn't do any good. The leopards couldn't move either. We were stuck there in the Gomez's cellar, as though we'd been nailed to the filthy floor.
3. Cow.
When I see what this flunky had done to them leopards, I call him a cool cat right away. But then we jump him, and he ain't so cool. Angel and Tiny grab him under the arms, and I'm grabbing the stuff he's carrying. Yeah, we get out there. There's bulls on the street, so we cut through the back and over the fences. Tiny don't like that. He tells me, "Cow, what's to leave this cat here? He must weigh 18 tons. You're bringing him," I tell him, so he shuts up. That's how it is in the Boomajooks. When Cow talks, them other flunkies shut up fast. We get him in the loft over the R&I Social Club. Damn, but it's cold up there. I can hear the pool balls clicking down below, so I pass the word to keep quiet. Then I give this guy the foot, and pretty soon he wakes up. As soon as I talk to him a little bit, I figure we had luck riding with us when we see them leopards. This cat's got real bad stuff. Yeah, I never heard anything like it. But what it takes to make a fight, he's got. I take my old pistol and give it to Tiny. Hell, it makes him happy, and what's it cost me? 'Cause what this cat's got makes my pistol look like something for babies. First, he don't want to talk. "Stomp him," I tell Angel, but he's scared. He says, "Nay, this is a real weird cat, Cow. I'm for cutting out of here." "Stomp him," I tell him again, pretty quiet, but he does it. He don't have to tell me this cat's weird, but when this cat gets the foot a couple of times, he's willing to talk. Yeah, he talks real funny, but that don't matter to me. We take the loot out of his bag, and I make this cat tell me what it's to do. Damn, I don't know what he's talking about 1 time out of 6, but I know enough. Even Tiny catches on after a while, 'cause I see him put down that funky old pistol I gave him that he's been loving up. I'm feeling pretty good. I wish a couple of them chicken leopards would turn up, so I could show 'em what they missed out on. Yeah, I'll take them, and the black dogs, and all the cops in the world all at once. That's how good I'm feeling. I'm feeling so good that I don't even like it when Angel lets out a yell and comes up with a wad of loot. It's like I want to prime the US Mint for chicken feed. I don't want it to come so easy. But money's on hand, so I take it off Angel and count it. This cat was really loaded. There must have been $1,000 there. I take a handful of it and hand it over to Angel real cool. "Get us some charge," I tell him. "There's much to do, and I'm feeling ready for some charge to do it with." "How many sticks you want me to get?" he asks, holding the money like he never saw any before. I tell him, "Sticks? Nay, I'm for the real stuff tonight. You find Four Eye and get us some horse. Yeah, he digs me then. He looks like he's pretty scared, and I know he is, 'cause this punk hasn't had anything bigger than reefers all his life. But I'm for busting a couple of caps of H. And what I do, he's gonna do. He takes off to find Four Eye, and the rest of us get busy on this cat with the funny artillery until he gets back. It's like I'm a million miles down Dream Street. Hell, I don't want to wake up. But the H is wearing off, and I'm feeling a bit mean. Damn, I'll stomp my mother if she talks big to me right then. I'm the first one on my feet, and I'm looking for trouble. The whole place is full now. Angel must have passed the word to everyone in the Jukes, but I don't even remember them coming in. There's 8 or 10 cats lying around on the floor now, not even moving. This won't do, I decide. If I'm on my feet, they're going to be on their feet. I start to give 'em the foot, and they begin to move. Even the weirdie must have had some H. I'm guessing that someone slipped him some to see what would happen, 'cause he's off on cloud number 9. Yet they're feeling real mean when they wake up, but I handle them cool. Even that flunky little sailor starts to go up against me, but I look at him cool and he chickens. Angel and Pete are real sick, with their shakes and heaves. But I ain't waiting for them to feel good. Gimme that loot, I tell Tiny, and he hands over the stuff we took from the weirdie. I start to pass out the stuff. What's to do with this stuff? Tiny asks. Looking at what I'm giving him, I tell him, point it and shoot it. He isn't listening when the weirdie's telling me what the stuff is. He wants to know what it does. But I don't even know that. I just tell him, point it and shoot, man. I've sent one of the cats out for drinks and smokes, and he's back by then, and we're all beginning to feel a bit better, only still pretty mean. They begin to dig me. Yeah, it sounds like a rumble, one of them says after a while. I give him a nod. Cool. You're calling it, I tell him. There's much fighting tonight. The Boomerdukes are taking on the world.
4. Sandy Van Pelt.
The front office thought the radio car would give us a break in spot news coverage, and I guessed as wrong as they did. I had been covering City Hall long enough, and that's no place to build a career. The Press Association is very tight there. There's no chance of getting any kind of exclusive story because of the sharing agreements. So I put in for the radio car. It meant taking the night shift, but I got it. I suppose the front office got their money's worth, because they played up every lousy auto smash the radio car covered as though it were the story of the Second Coming, and maybe it helped circulation. But I had been on it for 4 months, and wouldn't you know it, there wasn't a decent murder or sewer explosion or running gunfight between 6 p.m. and 6 a.m. any night I was on duty the whole 4 months. What made it worse, the kid they gave me as photographer, Saul Detweiler his name was, couldn't drive worth a damn, so I was stuck with chauffeuring us around. We had just been out to LaGuardia to see if it was true if Marilyn Monroe was sneaking into town with Ali Khan on a night plane. It wasn't. And we were coming across the Triborough Bridge, heading south toward the East River Drive, when the office called. I pulled over and parked and answered the radio phone. It was Harrison, the Night City editor. "Listen, Sandy, there's a gang fight in East Harlem. Where are you now?" It didn't sound like much to me, I admit. There's always a gang fight in East Harlem, Harrison. I'm cold, and I'm on my way to the night court, where there may or may not be a story. But at least I get my feet warm. Where are you now? Harrison wasn't fooling. I looked at Saul on the seat next to me. I thought I heard him snicker. He began to fiddle with his camera without looking at me. I pushed the talk button and told Harrison where I was. It pleased him very much. I wasn't more than 6 blocks from where this big rumble was going on, he told me, and he made it very clear that I was to get on over there immediately. I pulled away from the curb, wondering why I had ever wanted to be a newspaper man. I could have made 5 times as much money for half as much work in an ad agency. To make it worse, I heard Saul chuckle again. The reason he was so amused was that, when we first teamed up, I made the mistake of telling him what a hot reporter I was, and I had been visibly cooling off before his eyes for a better than 4 straight months. Believe me, I was at the very bottom of my career that night. For 5 cents cash, I would have parked the car, thrown the keys in the East River, and taken the first bus out of town. I was absolutely positive that the story would be a bust, and all I would get out of it would be a bad cold from walking around in the snow. And if that doesn't show you what a hot newspaper man I really am, nothing will. Saul began to act interested as we reached the corner Harrison had told us to go to. "That's Chris's," he said, pointing at the little candy store. "And that must be the pool hall where the leopards hang out. You know this place?" He nodded. "I know a man named Walter Hutner. He and I went to school together until he dropped out a couple of weeks ago. He quit college to go to the police academy. He wanted to be a cop." I looked at him. "You're going to college?" "Sure, Mr. Van Pelt. Wally Hutner was a sociology major. I'm journalism, but we had a couple of classes together. He had a part-time job with a neighborhood council up there, acting as a sort of adult advisor for one of the gangs." "They need advice on how to be gangs?" "No, that's not it, Mr. Van Pelt. The councils try to get their workers accepted enough to bring the kids into the social centers. That's all. They try to get them off the streets. Wally was working with a bunch called the Leopards." I shut him up. "Tell me about it later." I stopped the car and rolled down the window, listening. Yes, there was something going on, all right. Not at the corner Harrison had mentioned. There wasn't a soul in sight in any direction. But I could hear what sounded like gunfire and yelling and, oh my God, even bombs going off. And it wasn't too far away. There were sirens, too. Squad cars, no doubt. "It's over that way," Saul yelled, pointing. He looked as though he was having the time of his life, all keyed up and delighted. He didn't have to tell me where the noise was coming from. I could hear it for myself. It sounded like D-Day at Normandy, and I didn't like the sound of it. I made a quick decision and slammed on the brakes, then backed the car back the way we came. Saul looked at me. "What?" "Local color," I explained quickly. "This is the place you were talking about, Chris's. Let's go in and see if we can find some of these hoodlums." "But Mr. Van Pelt, all the pictures are over where the fight's going on." Pictures, smictures, come on." I got out in front of the candy store, and the only thing he could do was follow me. Whatever they were doing, they were making the devil's own racket about it. Now that I look a little more closely, I could see that they must have come this way. The candy store's windows were broken. Every other street light was smashed. And what had at first looked like a flight of stairs in front of a tenement across the street wasn't anything of the kind. It was a pile of bricks and stone from the false front cornice on the roof. How in the world they had managed to knock that down, I had no idea. but it sort of convinced me that, after all, Harrison had been right about this being a big fight. Over where the noise was coming from, there were queer flashing lights in the clouds overhead, reflecting exploding flares, I thought. No, I didn't want to go over where the pictures were. I like living. If it had been a normal Harlem Rumble with broken bottles and knives, or maybe even a homemade zip gun, I might have taken the chance on it. But this was for real. "Come on," I yelled to Saul, and we pushed the door open to the candy store. At first, there didn't seem to be anyone in it. But after we called a couple of times, a kid of about 16, coffee-colored and scared-looking, stuck his head up above the counter. "You, what's going on here?" I demanded. He looked at me as if I was some kind of two-headed monster. "Come on, kid, tell us what happened." "Excuse me, Mr. Van Pelt." Saul cut in ahead of me and began talking to the kid in Spanish. It got a rise out of him. At least Saul got an answer. My Spanish is only a little bit better than my Swahili, so I missed what was going on, except for an occasional word. But Saul was getting it all. He reported he knows Walt. That's what's bothering him. He says Walt and some of the leopards are in a basement down the street, and there's something wrong with them. I can't exactly figure out what, but... To hell with them! What about that?" "You mean the fight? Oh, it's a big one, all right, Mr. Van Pelt. It's a gang called the Boomer Dukes. They've got hold of some real guns somewhere. I can't exactly understand what kind of guns he means, but it sounds like something serious. He says they shot that parapet down across the street. Gosh, Mr. Van Pelt, you'd think it would take a cannon for something like that. But it has something to do with Walt Hutner, and all the leopards, too," I said enthusiastically. "Very good, Saul, that's fine. Find out where the cellar is, and we'll go interview Hutner." "But, Mr. Van Pelt, the pictures..." "Sorry, I have to call the office." I turned my back on him and headed for the car. The noise was louder, and the flashes in the sky brighter. It looked as though they were moving this way. Well, I didn't have any money tied up in the car, so I wasn't worried about leaving it in the street, and somebody's cellar seemed like a good place to be. I called the office and started to tell Harrison what we'd found out, but he stopped me short. "Sandy, where have you been? I've been trying to call you for... Listen, we've got a call from Fordham. They've detected radiation coming from the east side. It's got to be what's going on up there. Radiation. Do you hear me? That means atomic weapons. Now you get the..." Silence. "Hello?" I cried, and then remembered to push the talk button. "Hello? Harrison? You there?" Silence. The two-way radio was dead. I got out of the car, and maybe I understood what had happened to the radio, and maybe I didn't. Anyway, there was something new shining in the sky. It hung below the clouds in parts, and I could see it through the bottom of the clouds in the middle. It was a silvery teacup upside down, a hemisphere over everything. It hadn't been there 2 minutes before. I heard firing coming closer and closer. Around a corner, a cop came, running, turning, firing, running, turning, and firing again. It was like the retreat from Caporetto in miniature. And what was chasing them? In a moment I saw, coming around the corner, was a kid with a lightning blue satin jacket and two funny-looking guns in his hands. There was a silvery aura around him, the same color as the lights in the sky. Oh, and I swear I saw those cops' guns hit him 20 times in 20 seconds. But he didn't seem to notice. Saul and the kid from the candy store were right beside me. We took another look at the one-man army that was coming down the street toward us, laughing and prancing and firing those odd-looking guns. And then the three of us got out of there, heading for the cellar. Any cellar.
5. Priam's Maw.
My occupation was short order cook, as it is called. I practiced it in a locus entitled The White Heaven, established at Fifth Avenue, New York, between 1949 and 1962 CE. I had created rapport with several of the aboriginals, who addressed me as Bessie, and presumed to approve the manner in which I heated specimens of minced ruminant, quadruped flesh, deceased to be sure. It was a satisfactory guise, although tiring. Using approved techniques, I was compiling anthropometric data while I was, as they say, brewing coffee. I deem the probability nearly conclusive that it was the double duty, plus the datum that, as stated, I was physically tired, which caused me to overlook the first signal from my portatron. Indeed, I might have overlooked the second as well, except that the aboriginal named Lester stated, "Hey, Bessie, you got an alarm clock in your pocketbook?" He had related the annunciator signal of the portatron to the only significant datum in his own experience which it resembled, the ringing of a bell. I annotated his dossier to provide for his removal in case it eventuated that he had made an undesirable intuit (this proved unnecessary), and retired to the back of the store with my carryall. On identifying myself to the portatron, I received information that it was attuned to a Bailey's beam, identified as Foraminifera 9 Hart, who had refused treatment for systemic Welschmerz and instead sought to relieve his boredom by adventuring into this era. I thereupon compiled 2 recommendations which are attached. 2. A proposal for reprimand to the keeper of the Learning Lodge for failure to properly annotate a volume entitled USA Confidential, and 1. A proposal for reprimand to the transport executive for permitting Bailey's Beam class personnel access to temporal transport. Meanwhile, I left the store by a rear exit and directed myself toward the locus of the transmitting portatron. I had proximately left when I received an additional information, namely that developed weapons were being employed in the area toward which I was directing. This provoked that I abandon guise entirely. I went transparent and quickly examined all aboriginals within view to determine if any required removal, but none had observed this. I rose to perhaps 75 meters and sped at full atmospheric driving speed toward the source of the alarm. As I crossed a park, I detected the drive of another adjuster, whom I determined to be a Leftplex Priam's Maw, that is, my father. He bespoke me as follows: "Hurry, Bestplex Priam's Maw. That crazy Foraminifera has been captured by aboriginals, and they have taken his weapons away from him." "Weapons?" I inquired. "Yes, weapons," he stated. For Foraminifera 9 Hart brought with him more than 43 kilograms of weapons, ranging up to and including electronic. I recorded this datum, and we landed, went opaque in the shelter of a doorway, and examined our percepts. "Quarantine?" asked my father, and I had to agree. "Quarantine," I voted, and he opened his carryall and set up a quarantine shield on the console. At once appeared the silvery quarantine dome, and the first step of our adjustment was completed. Now to isolate, remove, replace. Queried a Leftplex. An adjuster? I observed the phenomenon to which he was referring. A young, dark aboriginal was coming toward us on the street, driving a group of police aboriginals before him. He was armed, it appeared, with a fission-throwing weapon in one hand and some sort of tranquilizer. I deem it to have been a Stolgratz 16 in the other. Moreover, he wore an invulnerability belt. The police aboriginals were attempting to strike him with missile weapons, which the belt deflected. I neutralized his shield, collapsed him, and stored him in my carryall. Not an adjuster, I asserted my father, but he had already perceived that this was so. I left him to neutralize and collapse the police aboriginals while I zeroed in on the portatron. I did not envy him his job with the police aboriginals, for many of them were dead, as they say. It required the most delicate adjustments. The portatron developed to be in a cellar, and with it were some 9 or 11 aboriginals which it had immobilized pending my arrival. One spoke to me thus: "Young lady, please call the cops. We're stuck here and—" I did not wait to hear what he wished to say further, but neutralized and collapsed him with the other aboriginals. The portatron apologized for having caused me inconvenience, but of course it was not its fault, so I did not neutralize it. Using it for deaf, I quickly located the culprit, Foraminifera 9 Hart Bailey's beam, near by. He spoke despairingly in the dialect of the locus. "Besplex Priam's maw, for God's sake, get me out of this!" "Out?" I spoke to him. "You'll wish you were never born, as they say." I neutralized, but did not collapse him, pending instructions from the central authority. The aboriginals who were with him, however, I did collapse. Presently arrived a Leftplex, along with 4 other adjusters who had arrived before the quarantine shield made it not possible for anyone else to enter the disturbed area. Each of us had had to abandon guise, so that this locus of New York 1939 to 1986 must require new adjusters to replace us. A matter to be charged against the guilt of Foraminifera 9 Hart Bailey's beam, I deem. This concluded steps 3 and 2 of our adjustment, the removal and the isolation of the disturbed specimens. We are transmitting same disturbed specimens to you, under separate cover herewith, in neutralized and collapsed state, for the manufacture of simulacra thereof. One regrets to say that they number 3,846, comprising all aboriginals within the quarantined area who had first-hand knowledge of the anachronisms caused by Foraminifera's importation of contemporary weapons into this locus. A Leftplex and the 4 other adjusters are at present reconstructing such physical damage as was caused by the use of said weapons. Simultaneously, while I am preparing this report, I am maintaining the quarantine shield which cuts off this locus, both physically and temporally, from the remainder of its environment. I deem that if replacements for the attached aboriginals can be fabricated quickly enough, there will be no significant outside percept of the shield itself, or of the happenings within it. That is, by maintaining a quasi-stasis of time while the repairs are being made, an outside aboriginal observer will see, at most, a mere flicker of silver in the sky. All adjusters here present are working as rapidly as we can to make sure the shield can be withdrawn before so many aboriginals have observed it as to make it necessary to replace the entire city with simulacra. We do not wish a repetition of the California incident, after all.
End of The Day of the Boomer Dukes by Frederick Pohl.
Forgotten Souls by David Pinsky. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Persons: Fanny Siegel, owner of a tailoring establishment.
Read by Ariel Lipshaw.
Lizzie Ehrlich, a pianist. Miss Siegel's boarder.
Read by Amanda Friday.
Hines, a teacher. Also Miss Siegel's boarder.
Read by Aidan Brack.
Narration by Capricia Page. Place: a Russian provincial town. Time: 1916. Forgotten Souls by David Pinsky. Scene: workroom at Fanny Siegel's. A door to the left of the spectator, another in the back. A large table covered with various materials. At each side of the table a sewing machine. On the wall to the right a 3-paneled mirror. In the corner a large wardrobe. Not far from the wardrobe 2 dressmakers' forms, covered with cloaks. In the middle a broad armchair. Evening. Fanny runs out through the rear door, and soon returns with a letter in her hand. She tears it nervously open, and is absorbed in reading. Suddenly she gives a scream of delight,
Oh! Oh!
passes her hand over her face and through her hair, looks at the letter, cries out anew, breathing with difficulty, looks at the letter once more, and exclaims heavily,
You, my love, my love.
She is lost a moment in thought, then calls,
Lizzie! Lizzie! Lizzie!
Lizzie enters dressed up as if for a ball, sticking a pin in her hat, mocks Fanny's tone.
What's up, what's up, what's up?
Read this, quickly. It's from Berman.
Lizzie takes the letter.
Why, see, we've just been talking about him. And they really accepted his drama.
Looks at the letter. Fanny looks on too in great excitement. Lizzie, as she reads,
That's fine.
turns over a page and continues reading.
Why, this is an actual proposal of marriage, Fanny, my dear.
Fanny, her breath short from delight.
Did you understand it that way too?
Lizzie, still looking at the letter.
How can it be interpreted otherwise? Ahem. My drama has been accepted and will be produced this very winter. The conditions of the contract are first rate, and the director promises me a great success, and incidentally, a great reputation.
Reads over some passages in an indistinct nasal monotone, then continues.
My, you ought to see me now. I've sung and danced so much that it'll be a wonder to me if I'm not asked to move. I feel so strong. And now to write, to create, to do things.
Reads again in a nasal monotone, and soon with greater solemnity than before, and a certain tenderness.
And now, I hope, better days are in store for us. Happiness of such a nature that you cannot be indifferent to it.
Stops reading.
That's a bit veiled, but it's plain talk just the same.
Gives Fanny the letter. Speaks lovingly.
Lucky woman. My darling Fanny.
Embraces her.
You dear.
Kisses her.
So that's the way you understand it too. Oh, oh.
Covers her face with the letter, takes it to her lips, and breathes with difficulty. She takes from her right sleeve a handkerchief and wipes her eyes. Lizzie, moved, embracing her with both arms.
My dear Fanny, how happy I am! You dear you! Now I know how I'll play at the Ginsbergs tonight. I'll put my whole soul into the music, and it will be the merriest, cheeriest soul that ever lived in the world.
Fanny bends down and kisses her forehead.
My faithful friend.
At last, my dreams come true.
Fanny drops into an armchair.
Your dream?
Lizzie takes a piece of cloth from the table, spreads it out on the floor, and kneels before Fanny.
Listen, I dreamed for you a hero before whom the world, even before seeing him, would bare its head. I dreamed for you a triumphal march of powerful harmonies, a genius, a superman, such as only you deserve.
Shh, shh, don't talk like that.
No, no, you can't take that away from me. As long as I shall live, I'll never cease admiring you. There aren't many sisters in the world like you. Why, you never have given a thought to yourself, never a look, but have worked with might and main to make a somebody out of your sister. I'll tell you the truth. I've often had the most unfriendly feelings towards your sister Olga. She takes it so easy there in Petrograd, while you...
You're a naughty girl.
I simply couldn't see how things went on, how you were working yourself to death.
But that was my happiness, and now I am amply repaid for it, to see Olga placed upon an independent footing, with a great future before her as a painter.
That kind of happiness did not appeal very much to me. I wanted, for you, a different kind of happiness. The happiness of being a wife, of being a mother, of loving and being loved.
I had already weaned my thoughts away from love and family life as the only happiness.
You poor soul.
When my mother died, my road was clearly mapped out for me. To be to my sister, who is 8 years younger than I, both a father and a mother. That purpose was great and holy to me. I never thought of anything else. Only in the early 20s, between 22 and 25, a longing for something else came to me. Not that my sister became a burden to me, God forbid, but I wanted something more, a full life, happiness, and love. At that time I used to cry very much, and wet my pillow with my tears, and I was very unhappy. And I was easily angered then, too, so you see I was far from an angel.
Lizzie draws Fanny nearer and kisses her.
You darling, you!
But later the longing left me, as if it had been charmed away. Olga grew older, and her talents began to ripen. Then I forgot myself altogether, and she became again my sole concern.
And is that all?
What else can there be? Of course, when my sister went to Petrograd, she was no longer under my immediate care, and I was left all alone. The old longing reawoke in my bosom, but I told myself that one of my years had no right to expect happiness and love. So I determined to tear out, to uproot from my heart every longing. I tried to convince myself that my goal in life had already been attained, that I had placed a helpless child securely upon her feet.
But you loved Berman all the time, didn't you?
Yes, I loved him all the time, but I fought my feelings. Life had taught me to restrain and to suppress my desires. I argued, he is too far above me.
Too far above you?
And I am too worn out for him. And furthermore, I tried to make myself believe that his daily visits here were accidental, that they were not intended for me at all, but for his friend and nephew Hindus, who happens to board with me.
But how could you help perceiving that he was something more than indifference to you? You must have been able to read it in his eyes.
Well, you see how it is. And perhaps for the very reason that I had abandoned all ideas of love, and had sought to deceive myself into believing that I was a dried-up twig on the tree of life.
Lizzie jumping up.
My, how you sinned against yourself!
Fanny rising.
But now the sap and the strength flow again within me. Now I am young once more. Ah, life, life! To enjoy it, to drink it down in copious draughts, to feel it in every pulse beat. Oh, Lizzie, play me a triumphal march, a song of joy, of jubilation.
So that the very walls will dance and the heavens join in the chorus.
Goes to door at the left, singing.
Joy, thou goddess fair, immortal, daughter of Elysium, mad with rapture. Shh! Hindus is coming.
Listens. Fanny, she has been standing as if entranced. Her whole body trembles as she awakens to her surroundings. She puts her finger to her nose warningly.
Don't say a word to him about it.
I will! He must know it. He must be happy over it, too. And if he truly loves you, he will be happy to learn it. And then, once for all, he'll get rid of his notions about winning you.
Don't be so inconsiderate.
Leave it to me. Hindus! Hindus!
It's high time you left for the Ginsbergs.
I've a few minutes yet. Hindus! Hindus!
Hines appears at the rear door. He wears spectacles. Under his left arm a crutch. Under his right arm books. And in his hands various bags of food. Fanny steals out through the door at the left.
Good evening. What's the news?
Come here, quick.
Won't you give me time to carry my parcels into my room?
Not even a second. Fanny has...
Hines taking an apple from a bag.
Have an apple.
Lizzie refusing.
Let me speak, won't you?
May I at least sit down?
Fanny has received a letter from Berman.
Hines taking a seat.
Saying that his drama has been accepted. I, too, have received a letter from Berman.
That's nothing. The point is that he is seeking to make a match with her. He has practically proposed to her.
Practically proposed? To Fanny?
Yes, and when Fanny comes back, you just see to it that you wish her a right friendly congratulation, and that you make no... I came near saying something silly. Oh, I'm so happy, and I'd just have the whole world happy with me. Do you hear? You must help her celebrate, do you hear? And now, good night to you, for I must run along to the Ginsbergs.
Turns to the door at the left, singing.
Joy, thou goddess fair, immortal.
Hines calling after her.
But the devil! Miss Ehrlich!
Lizzie at the door.
I haven't a single moment to spare for the devil.
She disappears. Hines grunts angrily, throws his crutch to the ground, places his books and his packages on a chair, and mumbles.
What mockery is this?
Takes out a letter from his inside pocket and reads it over several times. grunts again, rests his head heavily upon his hands, and looks vacantly forward as if deeply puzzled. Fanny enters embarrassed.
Good evening, Hindus.
Hines mumbles without changing his position.
Good evening.
Fanny looks at him in embarrassment, and begins to busy herself with the cloaks on the forms. Hines, still in the same position, he taps his foot nervously. He soon ceases this and speaks without looking at Fanny.
Miss Siegel, will you permit me to see Berman's letter?
That's a bit indiscreet. Not at all like a cavalier.
Will you permit me to see Berman's letter?
Fanny, with a laugh of embarrassment, throws him the letter, which she has been holding in her sleeve.
Read it, if that's how you feel.
Hines bends slowly down, gets the letter, commences to read it, and then to grumble.
So.
He lets the letter fall to his knee, and stares vacantly before him. He shakes his foot nervously and mumbles as if to himself.
To be such an idiot.
Fanny regards him with astonishment. Hines, somewhat more softly.
To be such an idiot.
Who?
Not I.
Picks up his crutch, the books, and the parcels, arises, and gives the letter to Fanny.
Hindus, don't take it so badly. You make me very sad.
I'm going to my room, so you won't see me.
Don't speak to me like that, Hindus. Be my good friend, as you always were. And be good to Berman. For you know, between us, between you and me, there could never have been anything more than friendship.
There is no need of your telling me that. I know what I know, and have no fault to find with you.
Then why are you so upset, and why do you reproach yourself?
Because.
Because what?
Hines, after an inner struggle, stormily.
Because I am in a rage. To think of a chap writing such a veiled, ambiguous, absolutely botched sentence, and cooking up such a mess.
What do you mean by all this?
You know, Miss Siegel, what my feelings are toward you, and you know that I wish you all happiness. I assure you that I would bury deep within me all my grief and all my longing, and would rejoice with a full heart, if things were as you understood them from Berman's letter.
As I understood them from Berman's letter?
And what rouses my anger, and makes me hesitate, is that it should have to happen to you, and that I must be the surgeon to cut the cataract from your eye.
Drop your rhetorical figures. End your work. Cut away, since you've begun the cutting.
Hines, without looking at her, deeply stirred.
Berman did not mean you.
Not me?
Not you, but your sister.
Oh!
He writes me that his first meeting with her was as if the splendour of God had suddenly shone down upon him, that gradually he was inflamed by a fiery passion, and that he hopes his love is returned. That...
Fanny falls upon a chair, her face turned toward the table. She breaks into moaning.
She has taken from me everything.
In the deepest despair, with cries from her innermost being, she tears at her hair. Hines drops his books and packages to the floor, limps over to Fanny, and removes her hands from her head.
You have good reason to weep, but not to harm yourself.
She has taken from me everything. My ambition to study, my youth, my fondest hopes, and now...
And now? Nothing. As you see, Berman never loved you. If it hadn't been for that unfortunate, ambiguous, absolutely botched, simply idiotic sentence...
Hindus, I feel that I no longer care to live.
Folly.
I feel as if my heart had been torn in two. My soul is empty, desolate, as if an abyss had opened before me. What have I now in life for? I can live no longer.
Folly. Nonsense.
I have already lived my life.
Absurd.
I know what I'm talking about, and I know what to do.
Silence. Hines regarding her closely with blunt emphasis.
You're thinking now over what death you shall choose.
Fanny motionless. Hines taking a seat.
Let me tell you a story. There was once upon a time a man who, not through doubt and misfortune, but rather through good times and pleasures, came to the conclusion that life wasn't worth living. So he went off to buy a revolver. On his way, A great clamour arose in the street. A house had caught fire, and in a moment was in flames. Suddenly, at one of the windows in the top story, there appeared a woman. The firemen had placed their highest ladders against the building, and a man began to climb up. That man was none other than our candidate for suicide. He took the woman out of the window, gave her to the fireman who had followed him up, and then went through the window into the house. The surrounding crowd trembled with fear lest the house should cave in at the very last moment. Flames already appeared at the window, and people were sure that the hero had been burned to death inside. But he had not been burned. He soon appeared on the roof with a small child in his arms. The ladders could not reach to this height, so the fireman threw him a rope. He tied the rope about the child and lowered it to the fireman, but he himself was beyond rescue. He folded his hands over his heart, and tears trickled from his eyes. He, who but a moment before had sought death, now desired not to die. No, he wanted to live, for in that moment he had found a purpose, to live and to do good.
To do good? I'm tired of doing good.
Don't sin against yourself, Fanny.
Do good? I have done good. I have lived for others, not myself. And now you can see for yourself that I have not fulfilled my life. I feel as wretched as the most miserable, as the most wicked, and I long for death even as the most unhappy.
Heinz looking at her from under his spectacles.
Does Olga know of your feelings towards Berman?
I don't know what she knows.
Can't you give me any better reply than that?
What can I know? I used to write her letters just full of Berman.
Could Olga have gathered from them that you were not indifferently disposed toward him?
What do you mean by this cross-examination?
I have a notion that if you were to do what you have in your mind at present, a thing that I cannot bring myself to name, then Olga would not accept Berman's love. Rather she would take her own life, since she would look upon herself as the cause of your death.
What's this you've thought up?
Just what you heard.
And you mean...
That you know your sister, and ought to realize what she's liable to do.
First she takes away my life, and now she will not let me die.
Her head sinks to the table.
There spoke the true Fanny, the Fanny of yore.
Fanny weeping bitterly.
Well may you weep. Weep, Fanny. Weep until the tears come no more. But when that is over, then dry your eyes, and never weep again. Dry forever the source of all your tears. That's exactly what I did. Do you understand? Such people as you and I, robbed of personal happiness, must either weep forever or never weep at all. I chose the latter course. Harden yourself, Fanny, and then fold your arms on your breast and look fearlessly forward into life, fulfilling it as your heart dictates.
Fanny continues weeping. Heinz, noticing Berman's letter on the table, takes it up and throws it down angrily.
Such a botched, idiotic sentence. And he's a poet.
Fanny raising her head.
If things are as you say, then Olga will in any case reject Berman. She will imagine that she is taking him away from me, and such a thing she would never do.
Perhaps. And what will be the effect of all this upon you?
Who's thinking of self? I mean that I want her to have him.
There's the old Fanny again.
Ah, enough of that. Better help me with some suggestion.
Some suggestion? Be her matchmaker.
And suppose she should turn the tables and want to be my matchmaker?
We've got to think that over.
Hinders.
What?
I have an idea.
Good.
But I need your aid.
Count on me, if I'm able.
Do you promise?
Blindly.
Blindly.
Heinz looks at her.
Why must I promise you blindly? If I'm able, you may be sure I'll help.
Fanny brokenly, yet in embarrassment.
Take me. Marry me.
Heinz, for a moment, he looks at her, then picks up his crutch, his books, and the packages.
Hinders, if I should marry, Olga wouldn't have any obstacle in her way.
Miss Siegel, I have loved you, and still do. But I refuse to be the altar upon which you shall sacrifice yourself.
But a moment ago you dissuaded me from death. Will you now drive me back to it?
Your sister will be able to find happiness without Berman.
But if she loves him...
Then she'll suffer, just as we do.
No, Olga must not suffer. Do you hear? I'll not have it.
That is very nice of you.
Hindus, I no longer know you.
Hines turns toward the door.
Good night.
Fanny is overcome by sobbing. Hines limps to the door, then stops, looks downward, then raises his eyes toward Fanny.
Miss Siegel, why is it that during all the time I have boarded with you, I have made no declaration of love, that I have never proposed marriage?
Fanny weeps.
I'll tell you. Wasn't it because I knew that you didn't love me? And because I wanted your love, not merely your respect?
No, you didn't do it simply because you knew that I would refuse you.
And suppose I expected yes from you,
Then you would have proposed.
and married you without your love.
Yes.
But then I didn't know that you loved another.
The other no longer exists for me.
Hines looks again at the floor. Silence.
Hindus,
Yes,
come nearer to me.
I am lame.
Put all your bundles aside.
Hines hesitates for a moment, then puts down his books and packages. Fanny, as if in embarrassment.
Everything. Everything.
Don't be ashamed. Say just what you mean. Lay aside the crutch, too.
He lays aside the crutch. Fanny arises, takes his hand.
Hindus, you know my attitude toward you. You know how highly I esteem you, how happy I've always been to possess in you a good, true friend.
Nestles her head against him coyly.
Embrace me, and give me a kiss, a hot, passionate kiss. Put into it your whole love. Make it express your whole true soul. I tell you, our life will be happy. We souls forgotten by happiness will yet find it, in our own way, as best we can. You'll see how it'll soon be. Lizzie will come home and she'll play us a march of jubilation, a march of joy. She owes it to me. I'll dance, I tell you. I'll dance for two, you'll see. And I'll sing. I'll turn things upside down. Hindus, kiss me, hotly, hotly.
Hines passionately through tears.
You.
He gives her a long kiss, as if entranced. Slow curtain. End of Forgotten Souls by David Pinsky.
Overtones by Alice Gerstenberg. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Characters: Harriet, a cultured woman.
Read by Christine G.
Hetty, her primitive self.
Read by Amanda Friday.
Margaret, a cultured woman.
Read by Charlotte Duckett.
Maggie, her primitive self.
Read by Pamela Krantz.
Narrated by Elizabeth Klett. Time: the present. Scene: Harriet's fashionable living room. The door at the back leads to the hall. In the centre a tea-table with a chair either side. At the back a cabinet. Harriet's gown is a light, jealous green. Her counterpart, Hetty, wears a gown of the same design but in a darker shade. Margaret wears a gown of lavender chiffon, while her counterpart, Maggie, wears a gown of the same design in purple, a purple scarf veiling her face. Chiffon is used to give a sheer effect, suggesting a possibility of primitive and cultured selves merging into one woman. The primitive and cultured selves never come into actual physical contact, but try to sustain the impression of mental conflict. Harriet never sees Hetty, never talks to her, but rather thinks aloud, looking into space. Hetty, however, looks at Harriet, talks intently, and shadows her continually. The same is true of Margaret and Maggie. The voices of the cultured women are affected and lingering. The voices of the primitive, impulsive, and more or less staccato. When the curtain rises, Harriet is seated right of tea-table, busying herself with the tea-things.
Harriet?
There is no answer.
Harriet, my other self.
There is no answer.
My trained self.
Harriet listens intently.
Yes?
From behind Harriet's chair, Hetty rises slowly.
I want to talk to you.
Well?
Hetty, looking at Harriet admiringly.
Oh, Harriet, you are beautiful today.
Am I presentable, Hetty?
Suits me.
I've tried to make the best of the good points.
My passions are deeper than yours. I can't keep on the mask as you do. I'm crude and real. You are my appearance in the world.
I am what you wish the world to believe you are.
You are the part of me that has been trained.
I am your educated self.
I am the rushing river. You are the ice over the current.
I am your subtle overtones.
But together we are one woman, the wife of Charles Goodrich.
There I disagree with you, Hetty. I alone am his wife.
Hetty, indignantly.
Harriet, how can you say such a thing?
Certainly. I am the one who flatters him. I have to be the one who talks to him. If I gave you a chance, you would tell him at once that you dislike him.
Hetty, moving away.
I don't love him, that's certain.
You leave all the fibbing to me. He doesn't suspect that my calm, suave manner hides your hatred. Considering the amount of scheming it causes me, it can safely be said that he is my husband.
Oh, if you love him.
I haven't any feelings. It isn't my business to love anybody.
Then why need you object to calling him my husband?
I resent your appropriation of a man who is managed only through the cleverness of my artifice.
You may be clever enough to deceive him, Harriet, but I am still the one who suffers. I can't forget he is my husband. I can't forget that I might have married John Caldwell.
How foolish of you to remember John, just because we met his wife by chance.
That's what I want to talk to you about. She may be here at any moment. I want to advise you about what to say to her this afternoon.
By all means, tell me now, and don't interrupt while she's here. You have a most annoying habit of talking to me when people are present. Sometimes it is all I can do to keep my poise and appear not to be listening to you.
Impress her.
Hetty, dear, is it not my custom to impress people?
I hate her.
I can't let her see that.
I hate her because she married John.
Only after you had refused him.
Hetty, turning on Harriet.
Was it my fault that I refused him?
That's right. Blame me.
It was your fault. You told me he was too poor and never would be able to do anything in painting. Look at him now, known in Europe, just returned from 8 years in Paris. Famous.
It was too poor a gamble at the time. It was much safer to accept Charles' money and position.
And then John married Margaret within the year.
Out of spite.
Freckled, gawky-looking thing she was, too.
Harriet, a little sadly.
Europe improved her. She was stunning the other morning.
Make her jealous today.
Shall I be haughty or cordial or caustic or...
Above all else, you must let her know that we are rich.
Oh yes, I do that quite easily now.
You must put it on a bit.
Never fear.
Tell her I love my husband.
My husband?
Are you going to quarrel with me?
Harriet moves away.
No, I have no desire to quarrel with you. It is quite too uncomfortable. I couldn't get away from you if I tried.
Hetty, stamping her foot and following Harriet.
You were a stupid fool to make me refuse John. I'll never forgive you. Never.
Harriet, stopping and holding up her hand.
Don't get me all excited. I'll be in no condition to meet her properly this afternoon.
Hetty, passionately.
I could choke you for robbing me of John.
Harriet, retreating.
Don't muss me.
You don't know how you have made me suffer.
Harriet, beginning to feel the strength of Hetty's emotion surge through her, and trying to conquer it.
It is not my business to have heartaches.
You're bloodless, nothing but sham, sham, while
Harriet, emotionally.
Be quiet! I can't let her see that I have been fighting with my inner self.
And now, after all my suffering, you say it has cost you more than it has cost me to be married to Charles. But it's the pain here in my heart. I've paid the price. I've paid. Charles is not your husband.
Harriet, trying to conquer emotion.
He is.
Hetty follows Harriet.
He isn't.
Harriet, weakly.
He is.
Hetty, towering over Harriet.
He isn't. I'll kill you.
Harriet, overpowered, sinks into a chair.
Don't. You're stronger than I. Oh.
Say he's mine.
He's yours.
The telephone rings.
There she is now.
Hetty hurries to phone, but Harriet regains her supremacy. Harriet, authoritatively.
Wait! I can't let a telephone girl down there hear my real self. It isn't proper.
At phone.
Show Mrs. Caldwell up.
I'm so excited. My heart's in my mouth.
Harriet, at the mirror.
A nice state you've put my nerves into.
Don't let her see you're nervous.
Quick, put the veil on, or she'll see you shining through me.
Harriet takes a scarf of chiffon that has been lying over the back of a chair and drapes it on Hetty, covering her face. The chiffon is the same colour of their gowns, but paler in shade, so that it pales Hetty's darker gown to match Harriet's lighter one. As Hetty moves in the following scene, the chiffon falls away, revealing now and then the gown of deeper dye underneath.
Tell her Charles is rich and fascinating. Boast of our friends. Make her feel she needs us.
I'll make her ask John to paint us.
That's just my thought. If John paints our portrait,
we can wear an exquisite gown.
And make him fall in love again, and...
Harriet, schemingly.
Yes.
Margaret parts the portieres back centre and extends her hand. Margaret is followed by her counterpart, Maggie.
Oh, Margaret, I'm so glad to see you.
Hetty, to Maggie.
That's a lie.
Margaret, in superficial voice throughout.
It's enchanting to see you, Harriet.
Maggie, in emotional voice throughout.
I'd bite you if I dared.
Harriet, to Margaret.
Wasn't our meeting a stroke of luck?
Margaret, coming down left of table.
I thought of you so often, Harriet, and to come back and find you living in New York.
Harriet, coming down right of table.
Mr. Goodrich has many interests here.
Maggie, to Margaret.
Flatter her.
I know. Mr. Goodrich is so successful.
Hetty, to Harriet.
Tell her we're rich.
Harriet, to Margaret.
Won't you sit down?
Margaret takes a chair.
What a beautiful cabinet!
Do you like it? I'm afraid Charles paid an extravagant price.
Maggie, to Hetty.
I don't believe it.
Margaret, sitting down. To Harriet.
I'm sure he must have.
Harriet, sitting down.
How well you are looking, Margaret.
Yes, you are not. There are circles under your eyes.
Maggie, to Hetty.
I haven't eaten since breakfast, and I'm hungry.
Margaret, to Harriet.
How well you're looking too.
Maggie, to Hetty.
You have hard lines about your lips. Are you happy?
Hetty, to Harriet.
Don't let her know that I'm unhappy.
Harriet, to Margaret.
Why shouldn't I look well? My life is full, happy, complete.
I wonder.
Hetty, in Harriet's ear.
Tell her we have an automobile.
Margaret, to Harriet.
My life is complete too.
My heart is torn with sorrow. My husband cannot make a living. He will kill himself if he does not get an order for a painting.
Margaret laughs.
You must come and see us in our studio. John has been doing some excellent portraits. He cannot begin to fill his orders.
Hetty, to Harriet.
Tell her we have an automobile.
Harriet, to Margaret.
Do you take lemon in your tea?
Take cream. It's more filling.
Margaret, looking nonchalantly at tea things.
No, cream if you please. How cosy.
Maggie, glaring at tea things.
Only cakes! I could eat them all.
Harriet, to Margaret.
How many lumps?
Sugar is nourishing.
Maggie, to Margaret.
3, please. I used to drink very sweet coffee in Turkey, and ever since that
I don't believe you were ever in Turkey.
I wasn't, but it is none of your business.
Harriet, pouring tea.
Have you been in Turkey? Do tell me about it.
Maggie, to Margaret.
Change the subject.
You must go there. You have so much taste in dress, you would enjoy seeing their costumes.
Isn't she going to pass the cake?
Margaret, to Harriet.
John painted several portraits there.
Hetty, to Harriet.
Why don't you stop her bragging and tell her we have an automobile?
Harriet offers cake across the table to Margaret.
Cake?
Maggie stands back of Margaret, shadowing her as Hetty shadows Harriet. Maggie reaches claws out for the cake and groans with joy.
At last!
But her claws do not touch the cake. Margaret, with a graceful, nonchalant hand, places cake upon her plate and bites at it slowly and delicately.
Thank you.
Hetty, to Harriet.
Automobile!
Maggie, to Margaret.
Follow up the costumes with the suggestion that she would make a good model for John. It isn't too early to begin getting what you came for.
Margaret, ignoring Maggie.
What delicious cake!
Hetty, excitedly to Harriet.
There's your chance for the auto.
Harriet, nonchalantly to Margaret.
Yes, it is good cake, isn't it? There are always a great many people buying it at Harper's. I sat in my automobile 15 minutes this morning waiting for my chauffeur to get it.
Maggie, to Margaret.
Make her order a portrait.
Margaret, to Harriet.
If you've stopped at Harper's, you must have noticed the new gowns at Henderson's. Aren't the shop windows alluring these days?
Even my chauffeur notices them.
I know you have an automobile. I heard you the first time.
I notice gowns now with an artist's eye, as John does. The one you have on, my dear, is very paintable.
Don't let her see you're anxious to be painted.
Harriet, nonchalantly.
Oh, it's just a little model.
Maggie, to Margaret.
Don't seem anxious to get the order.
Margaret, nonchalantly.
Perhaps it isn't the gown itself, but the way you wear it that pleases the eye. Some people can wear anything with grace.
Yes, I'm very graceful.
Harriet, to Margaret.
You flatter me, my dear.
On the contrary, Harriet, I have an intense admiration for you. I remember how beautiful you were, as a girl. In fact, I was quite jealous when John was paying you so much attention.
She is gloating because I lost him.
Those were childhood days in a country town.
Maggie, to Margaret.
She's trying to make you feel that John was only a country boy.
Most great men come from the country. There is a fair chance that John will be added to that list.
I know it, and I am bitterly jealous of you.
Undoubtedly, he owes much of his success to you, Margaret. Your experience in economy and your ability to endure hardship. And those first few years in Paris must have been a struggle.
She is sneering at your poverty.
Yes, we did find it difficult at first. Not a luxurious start a girl has who marries for wealth.
Hetty, to Harriet.
Deny that you married Charles for his money.
Harriet deems it wise to ignore Hetty's advice.
But John and I are so congenial in our tastes that we were impervious to hardship and unhappiness.
Hetty, in anguish.
Do you love each other? Is it really true?
Harriet, sweetly.
Did you have all the romance of starving for his art?
Maggie, to Margaret.
She's taunting you. Get even with her.
Not for long. Prince Riez soon discovered John's genius and introduced him royally to wealthy Parisians who gave him many orders.
Hetty, to Maggie.
Are you telling the truth, or are you lying?
If you had so many opportunities there, you must have had great inducements to come back to the States.
Maggie, to Hetty.
We did, but not the kind you think.
John became the rage amongst the Americans travelling in France too, and they simply insisted upon him coming here.
Whom is he going to paint here?
Maggie, frightened.
What names dare I make up?
Margaret, calmly.
Just at present, Miss Dorothy Ainsworth of Oregon is posing. You may not know the name, but she is a daughter of a wealthy miner who found gold in Alaska.
I dare say there are many Western people we have never heard of.
You must have found social life in New York very interesting, Harriet, after the simplicity of our hometown.
Hetty, to Maggie.
There's no need to remind us that our beginnings were the same.
Of course, Charles' family made everything delightful for me. They are so well connected.
Maggie, to Margaret.
Flatter her.
I heard it mentioned the other day that you have made yourself very popular. Someone said you were very clever.
Harriet, pleased.
Who told you that?
Nobody.
Margaret, pleasantly.
Oh, confidences should be respected, I mean. They say, too, that you are gaining some reputation as a critic of art.
I make no pretenses.
Are you and Mr. Goodrich interested in the same things, too?
No!
Yes, indeed. Charles and I are inseparable.
I wonder.
Do have another cake.
Maggie, in relief.
Oh, yes.
Again her claws extend, but do not touch the cake. Margaret takes cake delicately.
I really shouldn't. After my big luncheon, John took me to the Ritz, and we were invited to the Bedfords for dinner. They have the most magnificent house near the drive. I really shouldn't, but the cakes are so good.
Starving.
Harriet, to Margaret.
More tea?
Yes.
No, thank you. How wonderful life has arranged itself for you. Wealth, position, a happy marriage, every opportunity to enjoy all pleasures, art, beauty. How happy you must be.
Hetty, in anguish.
Don't call me happy. I've never been happy since I gave up John. All these years without him, a future without him. No, no, I shall win him back. Away from you. Away from you.
Harriet does not see Maggie pointing to cream, and Margaret stealing some.
I sometimes think it is unfair for anyone to be as happy as I am. Charles and I are just as much in love now as when we married. To me, he is just the dearest man in the world.
Maggie, passionately.
My John is. I love him so much I could die for him. I'm going through hunger and want to make him great, and he loves me. He worships me.
Margaret, leisurely, to Harriet.
I should like to meet Mr. Goodrich. Bring him to our studio. John has some sketches to show. Not many, because all the portraits have been purchased by the subjects. He gets as much as $4,000 now.
Hetty, to Harriet.
Don't pay that much.
Harriet, to Margaret.
As much as that?
Not really too much when one considers that John is in the foremost rank of artists today. A picture painted by him will double, treble in value.
It's all a lie. He is growing weak with despair.
Does he paint all day long?
No, he draws advertisements for our bread.
Margaret, to Harriet.
When you and your husband come to see us, telephone first.
Yes, so he can get the advertisements out of the way.
Otherwise you might arrive when he has a sitter, and John refuses to let me disturb him then.
Make her ask for an order.
Harriet, to Margaret.
Lagrange offered to paint me for 1,000.
Louis Lagrange's reputation isn't worth more than that.
Well, I've heard his work well mentioned.
Yes, he is doing splendid work.
How dear me, no. He is only praised by the masses. He is accepted not at all by the artists themselves.
Hetty, anxiously.
Must I really pay the full price?
Lagrange thought I would make a good subject.
Maggie, to Margaret.
Let her fish for it.
Of course you would. Why don't you let Lagrange paint you? You trust him.
She doesn't seem anxious to have John do it.
But if Lagrange isn't accepted by artists, it would be a waste of time to pose for him, wouldn't it?
Yes, I think it would.
Maggie, passionately, to Hetty across back of table.
Give us the order. John is so despondent he can't endure much longer. Help us, help me, save us.
Hetty, to Harriet.
Don't seem too eager.
And yet, if he charges only 1,000, one might consider it.
If you really wish to be painted, why don't you give a little more and have a portrait really worth while? John might be induced to do you a little below his usual price, considering you used to be such good friends.
Hetty, in glee.
Hurrah!
Harriet, quietly to Margaret.
That's very nice of you to suggest. Of course, I don't know.
Maggie, in fear.
For God's sake, say yes.
Margaret, quietly to Harriet.
Of course, I don't know whether John would. He is very peculiar about these matters. He sets his value on his work, and thinks it beneath him to discuss price.
Hetty, to Maggie.
You needn't try to make us feel small.
Still, I might quite delicately mention to him that inasmuch you have many influential friends, that you would be very glad to...
Maggie, to Hetty.
Finish what I don't want to say.
Hetty, to Harriet.
Help her out.
Oh, yes, introductions will follow the exhibition of my portrait. No doubt
Hetty, to Harriet.
Be patronizing.
No doubt I shall be able to introduce your husband to his advantage.
Maggie, relieved.
Saved.
If I find John in a propitious mood, I shall take pleasure, for your sake, in telling him of your beauty. Just as you are sitting now would be a lovely pose.
Maggie, to Margaret.
We can go now.
Hetty, to Harriet.
Don't let her think she is doing us a favor.
It will give me pleasure to add my name to your husband's list of patronesses.
Maggie, excitedly, to Margaret.
Run home and tell John the good news.
Margaret, leisurely, to Harriet.
I little guessed when I came here for a pleasant chat about old times it would develop into business arrangements. I had no idea, Harriet, that you had any intention to be painted. By Lagrange, too. Well, I came just in time to rescue you.
Maggie, to Margaret.
Run home and tell John. Hurry, hurry.
Hetty, to Harriet.
You managed the order very neatly. She doesn't suspect that you wanted it.
Now, if I am not satisfied with my portrait, I shall blame you, Margaret dear. I am relying upon your opinion of John's talent.
Maggie, to Margaret.
She doesn't suspect what you came for. Run home and tell John.
You always had a brilliant mind, Margaret.
Ah, it is you who flatter now.
Maggie, to Margaret.
You don't have to stay so long. Hurry home.
Ah, one does not flatter when one tells the truth.
Margaret smiles.
I must be going, or you will have me completely under your spell.
Hetty looks at clock.
Yes, do go. I have to dress for dinner.
Harriet, to Margaret.
Oh, don't hurry.
Maggie, to Hetty.
I hate you.
Margaret, to Harriet.
No, really I must. But I hope we shall see each other often at the studio. I find you so stimulating.
Hetty, to Maggie.
I hate you.
Harriet, to Margaret.
It is indeed gratifying to find a kindred spirit.
Maggie, to Hetty.
I came for your gold.
Margaret, to Harriet.
How delightful it is to know you again.
Hetty, to Maggie.
I am going to make you and your husband suffer.
My kind regards to John.
Maggie, to Hetty.
He has forgotten all about you.
Margaret rises.
He will be so happy to receive them.
Hetty, to Maggie.
I can hardly wait to talk to him again.
I shall wait, then, until you send me word.
Margaret, offering her hand.
I'll speak to John about it as soon as I can and tell you when to come.
Harriet takes Margaret's hand affectionately. Hetty and Maggie rush at each other, throw back their veils, and fling their speeches fiercely at each other.
I love him. I love him.
He's starving. I'm starving.
I'm going to take him away from you.
I want your money and your influence.
I'm going to rob you.
Rob you.
There is a cymbal crash. The lights go out and come up again slowly, leaving only Margaret and Harriet visible. Margaret, Quietly to Harriet.
I've had such a delightful afternoon.
Harriet, offering her hand.
It has been a joy to see you.
Margaret, sweetly to Harriet.
Goodbye.
Harriet, sweetly to Margaret as she kisses her.
Goodbye, my dear.
Curtain. End of Overtones by Alice Gerstenberg.
Suppressed Desires by Susan Glaspell and George Cram Cook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cast of Characters:
Henrietta Brewster, read by Amanda Friday.
Stephen Brewster, read by Chuck Williamson.
Mabel, read by Ariel Lipshaw.
Narration by Pamela Krantz. Suppressed Desires. Scene 1. A studio apartment in an upper story. Washington Square, South. Through an immense north window in the back wall appear treetops in the upper part of the Washington Arch. Beyond it you look up Fifth Avenue. Near the window is a big table loaded at one end with serious-looking books and austere scientific periodicals. At the other end are architects' drawings, blueprints, dividing compasses, square, ruler, etc. At the left is a door leading to the rest of the apartment. At the right, the outer door. A breakfast table is set for 3, but only 2 are seated at it: Henrietta and Stephen Brewster. As the curtains withdraw, Steve pushes back his coffee cup and sits dejected.
It isn't the coffee, Steve, dear. There's nothing the matter with the coffee. There's something the matter with you.
There may be something the matter with my stomach.
Your stomach. The trouble is not with your stomach, but in your subconscious mind.
Subconscious piffle.
Takes morning paper and tries to read.
Steve, you never used to be so disagreeable. You certainly have got some sort of a complex. You're all inhibited. You're no longer open to new ideas. You won't listen to a word about psychoanalysis.
A word? I've listened to volumes.
You've ceased to be creative in architecture. Your work isn't going well. You're not sleeping well.
How can I sleep, Henrietta, when you're always waking me up to find out what I'm dreaming?
But dreams are so important, Steve. If you tell yours to Dr. Russell, he'd find out exactly what's wrong with you.
There's nothing wrong with me.
You don't even talk as well as you used to.
Talk? I can't say a thing without you looking at me in that dark fashion you have when you're on the trail of a complex.
This very irritability indicates that you're suffering from some suppressed desire.
I'm suffering from a suppressed desire for a little peace.
Dr. Russell is doing simply wonderful things with nervous cases. Won't you go to him, Steve?
No, Henrietta, I won't!
Slamming down his newspaper.
But Stephen!
I hear Mabel coming. Let's not beat each other's throats the first day of her visit.
He takes out cigarettes. Mabel comes in from door left, the side opposite Steve, so that he is facing her. She is wearing a rather fussy negligee, in contrast to Henrietta, who wears radical clothes. Mabel is what is called plump.
Good morning.
Oh, here you are, little sister.
Good morning, Mabel.
Mabel nods to him and turns, her face lighting up, to Henrietta. Henrietta giving Mabel a hug as she leans against her.
It's so good to have you here. I was going to let you sleep, thinking you'd be tired after the long trip. Sit down. There'll be fresh toast in a minute, and...
Rising.
Will you have...
Oh, I ought to have told you, Henrietta. Don't get anything for me. I'm not eating breakfast.
Not eating breakfast?
She sits down, then leads toward Mabel, who is seated now, and scrutinizes her.
Oh, the psychoanalytical look.
Mabel, why are you not eating breakfast?
Why, no particular reason. I just don't care much for breakfast, and they say it keeps down...
A hand on her hip, the gesture of one who is reducing.
That is, it's a good thing to go without it.
Don't you sleep well? Did you sleep well last night?
Oh, yes, I slept all right. Yes, I slept fine last night, only I did have the funniest dream.
Shh. Henrietta, moving closer.
And what did you dream, Mabel?
Look here, Mabel. I feel it's my duty to put you on. Don't tell Henrietta your dreams. If you do, she'll find out you have an underground desire to kill your father and marry your mother.
Don't be absurd, Stephen Brewster. What was your dream, dear?
Well, I dreamed I was a hen.
A hen?
Yes, and I was pushing along through a crowd as fast as I could. But being a hen, I couldn't walk very fast. It was like having a tight skirt, you know, and there was some sort of creature in a blue cap. You know how mixed up dreams are. And it kept shouting after me, "Step, hen, until I got all excited and just couldn't move at all.
Henrietta, resting chin in palm and peering.
You say you became much excited?
Oh, yes, I was in a terrible state.
Henrietta, leaning back, murmurs.
This is significant.
She dreams she's a hen. She is told to step lively. She becomes violently agitated. What can it mean?
Henrietta, turning impatiently from him.
Mabel, do you know anything about psychoanalysis?
Oh, not much. No, It's something about the war, isn't it?
Not that kind of war.
I thought it might be the name of a new explosive.
It is.
Mabel, apologetically to Henrietta, who is frowning.
You see, Henrietta, we do not live in touch with intellectual things as you do. Bob being a dentist, somehow our friends...
Oh, to be a dentist.
Goes to window and stands looking out.
Don't you see anything more of that editorial writer? What was his name?
Lyman Eggleston?
Yes, Eggleston. He was in touch with things. Don't you see him?
Yes, I see him once in a while. Bob doesn't like him very well.
Your husband does not like Lyman Eggleston. Mabel, are you perfectly happy with your husband?
Oh, come now, Henrietta. That's going a little strong.
Are you perfectly happy with him, Mabel?
Steve goes to work table.
Why, yes, I guess so. Why, of course I am.
Are you happy? Or do you only think you are? Or do you only think you ought to be?
Why, Henrietta, I don't know what you mean.
Steve seizes stack of books and magazines and dumps them on the breakfast table.
This is what she means, Mabel. Psychoanalysis. My work table groans with it. Books by Freud, the new Messiah. Books by Jung, the new St. Paul. The Psychoanalytical Review, back numbers 250 per.
But what's it all about?
All about your sub-unconscious mind and desires you know not of. They may be doing you a great deal of harm. You may go crazy with them. Oh yes, people are doing it left and right. You're dreaming you're a hen.
Shakes his head darkly.
Any fool can ridicule anything.
Mabel, hastily, to avert a quarrel.
But what do you say it is, Henrietta?
Steve, looking at his watch.
Oh, if Henrietta's going to start that.
During Henrietta's next speech, settles himself at work table and sharpens a lead pencil.
It's like this, Mabel. You want something. You think you can't have it. You think it's wrong. So you try to think you don't want it. Your mind protects you, avoids pain, by refusing to think the forbidden thing. But it's there, just the same. It stays there, shut up in your unconscious mind, and it festers.
Sort of an ingrowing mental toenail.
Precisely. The forbidden impulse is there, full of energy, which has simply got to do something. It breaks into your consciousness in disguise, masks itself in dreams, makes all sorts of trouble. In extreme cases, it drives you insane.
Mabel, with a gesture of horror.
Oh!
But psychoanalysis has found out how to save us from that. It brings into consciousness the suppressed desire that was making all the trouble. Psychoanalysis is simply the latest scientific method of preventing and curing insanity.
Steve, from his table.
It is also the latest scientific method of separating families.
Families that ought to be separated.
The Dwights, for instance. You must have met them, Mabel, when you were here before. Helen was living, apparently, in peace and happiness with good old Joe. Well, she went to this psychoanalyzer, she got psyched, and biff, bang, home she comes with an unsuppressed desire to leave her husband.
He starts work, drawing lines on a drawing board with a T-square.
How terrible! Yes, I remember Helen Dwight. But did she have such a desire?
First she'd known of it.
And she left him?
Yes, she did.
Wasn't he good to her?
Why, yes, good enough.
Wasn't he kind to her?
Oh, yes, kind to her.
And she left her good, kind husband.
Oh, Mabel, left her good, kind husband? How naive! Forgive me, dear, but how bourgeois you are! She came to know herself, and she had the courage.
I may be very naive and bourgeois, but I don't see the good of a new science that breaks up homes.
Steve applauds.
In enlightening Mabel, we mustn't neglect to mention the case of Art Holden's private secretary, Mary Snow, who has just been informed of her suppressed desire for her employer.
Why, I think it is terrible, Henrietta. It would be better if we didn't know such things about ourselves.
No, Mabel, that is the old way.
But her employer? Is he married?
A wife and 4 children.
Well then, what good does it do the girl to be told she has a desire for him? There's nothing can be done about it.
Old institutions will have to be reshaped so that something can be done in such cases. It happens, Mabel, that this suppressed desire was on the point of landing Mary Snow in the insane asylum. Are you so tight-minded that you'd rather have her in the insane asylum than break the conventions?
But have people always had these awful suppressed desires?
Always.
But they've just been discovered.
The harm they do has just been discovered. And free, sane people must face the fact that they have to be dealt with.
I don't believe they have them in Chicago.
People have them wherever the living libido, the center of the soul's energy, is in conflict with petrified moral codes. That means everywhere in civilization. Psychoanalysis.
Good God, I've got the roof in the cellar.
The roof in the cellar.
Steve, holding plan at arm's length.
That's what psychoanalysis does.
That's what psychoanalysis could undo. Is it any wonder I'm concerned about Steve? He dreamed the other night that the walls of his room melted away and he found himself alone in a forest. Don't you see how significant it is for an architect to have walls slip away from him? It symbolizes his loss of grip in his work. There's some suppressed desire.
Suppressed hell!
Hurling his ruined plan viciously to the floor.
You speak more truly than you know. It is through suppressions that hells are formed in us.
Mabel, looking at Steve, who is tearing his hair.
Don't you think it would be a good thing, Henrietta, if we went somewhere else?
They rise and begin to pick up the dishes. Mabel drops a plate, which breaks. Henrietta draws up short and looks at her, the psychoanalytic look.
I'm sorry, Henrietta. One of the Spode plates, too.
Surprised and resentful as Henrietta continues to peer at her.
Don't take it so to heart, Henrietta.
I can't help taking it to heart.
I'll get you another. I said I'll get you another plate, Henrietta.
It's not the plate.
For heaven's sake, what is it then?
It's the significant little false movement that made you drop it.
Well, I suppose everyone makes a false movement once in a while.
Yes, Mabel, but these false movements all mean something.
I don't think that's very nice. It was just because I happened to think of that Mabel Snow you were talking about.
Mabel Snow!
Snow. Well, what was her name then?
Her name is Mary. You substituted your own name for hers.
Well, Mary Snow then. Mary Snow. I never heard her name but once. I don't see anything to make such a fuss about.
Mabel, dear, mistakes like that in names.
They don't mean something too, do they?
I am sorry, dear, but they do.
But I'm always doing that.
Henrietta, after a start of horror.
My poor little sister. Tell me about it.
About what?
About your not being happy. About your longing for another sort of life.
But I don't.
Ah, I understand these things, dear. You feel Bob is limiting you to a life in which you do not feel free.
Henrietta, when did I ever say such a thing?
You said you are not in touch with things intellectual. You showed your feeling that it is Bob's profession that has engendered a resentment which has colored your whole life with him.
Why, Henrietta!
Don't be afraid of me, little sister. There's nothing can shock me or turn me from you. I am not like that. I wanted you to come for this visit because I had a feeling that you needed more from life than you were getting. No one of these things I have seen would excite my suspicion. It's the combination. You don't eat breakfast.
Enumerating on her fingers.
You make false moves. You substitute your own name for the name of another whose love is misdirected. You're nervous. You look queer. In your eyes there's a frightened look that is most unlike you. And this dream. A hen. Come with me this afternoon to Dr. Russell. Your whole life may be at stake, Mabel.
Henrietta, You always were the smartest in the family and all that, but this is terrible. I don't think we ought to think such things. Why, I'll tell you why I dreamed I was a hen. It was because last night, telling about that time in Chicago, you said I was as mad as a wet hen.
Did you dream you were a wet hen?
No.
No. You dreamed you were a dry hen. And why, being a hen, were you urged to step?
Maybe it's because when I am getting on a streetcar, it always irritates me to have them call, "Step lively."
No, Mabel. That is only a child's view of it, if you will forgive me. You see merely the elements used in the dream. You do not see into the dream. You do not see its meaning. This dream of the hen.
Hen, wet, hen, dry, hen, mad, hen.
Jumps up in a rage.
Let me out of this.
Henrietta, hastily picking up dishes, speaks soothingly.
Just a minute, dear, and we'll have things so you can work in quiet. Mabel and I are going to sit in my room.
She goes out, left, carrying dishes. Steve, seizing hat and coat from an alcove near the outside door.
I'm going to be psychoanalyzed. I'm going now. I'm going straight to that infallible doctor of hers, that priest of this new religion. If he's got honesty enough to tell Henrietta there's nothing the matter with my unconscious mind, perhaps I can be let alone about it. And then I will be all right.
From the door in a low voice.
Don't tell Henrietta I'm going. It might take weeks, and I couldn't stand all the talk.
He hurries out. Henrietta returning.
Where's Steve? Gone?
With a hopeless gesture.
You see how impatient he is. How unlike himself. I tell you, Mabel, I'm nearly distracted about Steve.
I think he's a little distracted, too.
Well, if he's gone, you might as well stay here. I have a committee meeting at the bookshop, and will have to leave you to yourself for an hour or two.
As she puts her hat on, taking it from the alcove where Steve found his, her eye, lighting up almost carnivorously, falls on an enormous volume on the floor beside the work table. The book has been half hidden by the wastebasket. She picks it up and carries it around the table toward Mabel.
Here, dear, is one of the simplest statements of psychoanalysis. You just read this, and then we can talk more intelligently.
Mabel takes volume and staggers back under its weight to chair rear center. Henrietta goes to outer door, stops, and asks abruptly,
How old is Lyman Eggleston?
He isn't 40 yet. Why, what made you ask that, Henrietta?
As she turns her head to look at Henrietta, her hands move toward the upper corners of the book balanced on her knees.
Oh, nothing. Au revoir.
She goes out. Mabel stares at the ceiling. The book slides to the floor. She starts, looks at the book, then at the broken plate on the table.
The plate! The book!
She lifts her eyes, leans forward, elbow on knee, chin on knuckles, and plaintively queries,
Am I unhappy?
Curtain. Scene 2. 2 weeks later. The stage is as in Scene 1, except that the breakfast table has been removed. During the first few minutes the dusk of a winter afternoon deepens. Out of the darkness spring rows of double street lights almost meeting in the distance. Henrietta is at the psychoanalytical end of Steve's work table. surrounded by open books and periodicals, writing. Steve enters briskly.
What are you doing, my dear?
My paper for the Liberal Club.
Your paper on...
On a subject which does not have your sympathy.
Oh, I'm not so sure I'm wholly out of sympathy with psychoanalysis, Henrietta. You worked it so hard. I couldn't even take a bath without its meaning something.
I talked it because I knew you needed it.
You haven't said much about it these last 2 weeks. Your faith in it hasn't weakened any?
Weakened? It's grown stronger with each new thing I've come to know. And Mabel, she is with Dr. Russell now. Dr. Russell is wonderful. From what Mabel tells me, I believe his analysis is going to prove that I was right. Today I discovered a remarkable confirmation of my theory in the hen dream.
What is your theory?
Well, you know about Lyman Eggleston. I've wondered about him. I've never seen him, but I know he's less bourgeois than Mabel's other friends, more intellectual, and she doesn't see much of him because Bob doesn't like him.
But what's the confirmation?
Today I noticed the first syllable of his name.
Lie?
No, egg.
Egg?
Mabel dreamed she was a hen. You wouldn't laugh if you knew how important names are in interpreting dreams. Freud is full of just such cases in which a whole hidden complex is revealed by a single significant syllable, like this egg.
Doesn't the traditional relation of hen and egg suggest rather a maternal feeling?
There is something maternal in Mabel's love, of course, but that's only one element.
Well, suppose Mabel hasn't a suppressed desire to be this gentleman's mother, but his beloved. What's to be done about it? What about Bob? Don't you think it's going to be a little rough on him?
That can't be helped. Bob, like everyone else, must face the facts of life. If Dr. Russell should arrive independently at this same interpretation, I shall not hesitate to advise Mabel to leave her present husband.
The lights go up on Fifth Avenue. Steve goes to the window and looks out.
How long is it we've lived here, Henrietta?
Why, this is the 3rd year, Steve.
One would miss this view if one went away, wouldn't one?
How strangely you speak. Oh, Stephen, I wish you'd go to Dr. Russell. Don't think my fears have abated because I've been able to restrain myself. I had to on account of Mabel. But now, dear, won't you go?
He breaks off, turns on the light, then comes and sits beside Henrietta.
How long have we been married, Henrietta?
Stephen, I don't understand you. You must go to Dr. Russell.
I have gone.
You... what?
Yes, Henrietta. I've been psyched.
You went to Dr. Russell?
The same.
And what did he say?
He said I was a little surprised by what he said, Henrietta.
Of course. One can so seldom anticipate. But tell me, your dream, Stephen, it means...
It means... I was considerably surprised by what it means.
Don't be so exasperating.
It means... you really want to know, Henrietta?
Stephen, you'll drive me mad.
He said... Of course, he may be wrong in what he said.
He isn't wrong. Tell me.
He said my dream of the walls receding and leaving me alone in a forest indicates a suppressed desire.
Yes, yes.
To be freed from.
Yes, freed from.
Marriage.
Henrietta crumples, stares.
Marriage?
He may be mistaken, you know.
May be mistaken?
Well, of course, I hadn't taken any stock in it myself. It was only your great confidence.
Stephen, are you telling me that Dr. Russell, Dr. A.E. Russell, told you this?
Steve nods.
Told you you have a suppressed desire to separate from me?
That's what he said.
Did he know who you were?
Yes.
That you were married to me?
Yes, he knew that.
And he told you to leave me?
It seems he must be wrong, Henrietta.
Henrietta, rising.
And I've sent him more patients.
Catches herself and resumes coldly.
What reason did he give for this analysis?
He says the confining walls are a symbol of my feelings about marriage, and their fading away is a wish fulfillment.
Henrietta, gulping.
Well, is it? Do you want our marriage to end?
It was a great surprise to me that I did. You see, I hadn't known what was in my subconscious mind.
What did you tell Dr. Russell about me to make him think you weren't happy?
I never told him a thing, Henrietta. He got it all from his confounded clever inferences. I tried to refute them, but he said that was only part of my self-protective lying.
And that's why you were so happy when you came in just now.
Why, Henrietta, how could you say such a thing? I was sad. Didn't I speak sadly of the view? Didn't I ask how long we had been married?
Henrietta, rising.
Stephen Brewster, have you no sense of the seriousness of this? Dr. Russell doesn't know what our marriage has been. You do. You should have laughed him down. Confined, in life, with me. Did you tell him that I believe in freedom?
I very emphatically told him that his results were a great surprise to me.
But you accepted them.
Oh, not at all. I merely couldn't refute his arguments. I'm not a psychologist. I came home to talk it over with you. You being a disciple of psychoanalysis.
If you are going, I wish you would go tonight.
Oh, my dear. Surely I couldn't do that. Think of my feelings. And my laundry hasn't come home.
I ask you to go tonight. Some women would falter at this, Steve, but I am not such a woman. I leave you free. I do not repudiate psychoanalysis. I say again that it has done great things. It has also made mistakes, of course. But since you accept this analysis...
She sits down and pretends to begin work.
I have to finish this paper. I wish you would leave me.
Steve scratches his head, goes to the inner door.
I'm sorry, Henrietta, about my unconscious mind.
Alone, Henrietta's face betrays her outraged state of mind, disconcerted, resentful, trying to pull herself together. She attains an air of bravely bearing an outrageous thing. The outer door opens, and Mabel enters in great excitement.
Henrietta, I'm so glad you're here. And alone?
Looks toward the inner door.
Are you alone, Henrietta?
Very much so.
Mabel, rushing to her.
Henrietta, he's found it.
Who has found what?
Who has found what? Dr. Russell has found my suppressed desire.
That is interesting.
He finished with me today. He got hold of my complex in the most amazing way. But oh, Henrietta, it is so terrible.
Do calm yourself, Mabel. Surely there's no occasion for all this agitation.
But there is. And when you think of the lives that are affected, the readjustments that must be made in order to bring the suppressed hell out of me and save me from the insane asylum.
The insane asylum?
You said that's where these complexes brought people.
What did the doctor tell you, Mabel?
Oh, I don't know how I can tell you. It is so awful, so unbelievable.
I rather have my hand in at hearing the unbelievable.
Henrietta, who would ever have thought it? How can it be true? But the doctor is perfectly certain that I have a suppressed desire for...
Looks at Henrietta, is unable to continue.
Oh, go on, Mabel. I'm not unprepared for what you have to say.
Not unprepared? You mean you have suspected it?
From the first. It's been my theory all along.
But Henrietta, I didn't know myself that I had this secret desire for Stephen.
Henrietta jumps up.
Stephen?
My brother-in-law. My own sister's husband.
You have a suppressed desire for Stephen?
Oh, Henrietta, aren't these unconscious selves terrible? They seem so unlike us.
What insane thing are you driving at?
Henrietta, don't you use that word to me. I don't want to go to the insane asylum.
What did Dr. Russell say?
Well, you see, it's the strangest thing. But you know the voice in my dream that called Step Hen? Dr. Russell found out today that when I was a little girl I had a storybook in words of one syllable, and I read the name Stephen wrong. I used to read it S-T-E-P, Step, H-E-N, Hen. Step Hen is Stephen.
Enter Stephen, his head bent over a timetable.
Stephen is Step Hen.
I? Step Hen?
S-T-E-P, Step, H-E-N, Hen, Stephen.
Well, what if Stephen is Step Hen? Step Hen, for that ridiculous coincidence.
Coincidence? But it's childish to look at the mere elements of a dream. You have to look into it. You have to see what it means.
On account of that trivial, meaningless play on syllables, on that flimsy basis, you are ready. Oh!
What on earth's the matter? What has happened? Suppose I am Step Hen. What about it? What does it mean?
It means that I have a suppressed desire for you.
For me? The deuce you have! What makes you think so?
Dr. Russell has worked it out scientifically.
Yes, through the amazing discovery that Step Hen equals Stephen.
Oh, that isn't all. That isn't near all. Henrietta won't give me a chance to tell it. She'd rather I'd go to the insane asylum than be unconventional.
We'll all go there if you can't control yourself. We are still waiting for some rational report.
Mabel, drying her eyes.
Oh, there's such a lot about names. I don't see how I ever did it. It all works in together. I dreamed I was a hen because that's the first syllable of Henrietta's name. And when I dreamed I was a hen, I was putting myself in Henrietta's place.
With Stephen?
With Stephen.
Oh!
Turns in rage upon Stephen, who is fanning himself with the timetable.
What are you doing with that timetable?
Why, I thought you were so keen to have me go tonight. I thought I'd just take a run to Canada and join Billy. A little shooting, but...
But there's more about the names.
Mabel, have you thought of Bob? Dear old Bob, your good, kind husband?
Oh, Henrietta, my good, kind husband.
Think of him, Mabel, out there alone in Chicago, working his head off, fixing people's teeth, for you.
Yes, but think of the living libido, in conflict with petrified moral codes. And think of the perfectly wonderful way the names all prove it. Dr. Russell said he's never seen anything more convincing. Just look at Stephen's last name, Brewster. I dream I'm a hen, and the name Brewster, you have to say its first letter by itself, and then the hen, that's me, she says to him, Stephen B. Rooster.
Henrietta and Stephen collapse into the nearest chairs.
I think it's perfectly wonderful. Why, if it wasn't for psychoanalysis, you'd never find out how wonderful your own mind is.
B. Rooster! Stephen B. Rooster.
You think it's funny, do you?
Well, what's to be done about it? Does Mabel have to go away with me?
Do you want Mabel to go away with you?
Well, but Mabel herself, her complex, her suppressed desire.
Henrietta, going to her.
Mabel, are you going to insist on going away with Stephen?
I'd rather go with Stephen than go to the insane asylum.
For heaven's sake, Mabel, drop that insane asylum. If you did have a suppressed desire for Stephen hidden away in you, God knows it isn't hidden now. Dr. Russell has brought it into your consciousness, with a vengeance. That's all that's necessary to break up a complex. Psychoanalysis doesn't say you have to gratify every suppressed desire.
Unless it's for Lyman Eggleston.
Well, if it comes to that, Stephen Brewster, I'd like to know why that interpretation of mine isn't as good as this one. Step Hen.
But... B. Rooster. Step Hen. B. Rooster. And Henrietta. Oh, my dear. Doc Russell's got you beat a mile.
He turns away and chuckles.
B. Rooster.
What has Lyman Eggleston got to do with it?
According to Henrietta, you, the hen, have a suppressed desire for Eggleston, the egg.
Henrietta, I think that's indecent of you. He is bald as an egg and little and fat. The idea of you thinking such a thing of me.
Well, Bob isn't little and bald and fat. Why don't you stick to your own husband?
To Stephen.
What if Dr. Russell's interpretation has got mine beat a mile?
Resentful look at him.
It would only mean that Mabel doesn't want Eggleston and does want you. Does that mean she has to have you?
But you said Mabel Snow.
Mary Snow! You're not as much like her as you think, substituting your name for hers. The cases are entirely different. Oh, I wouldn't have believed this of you, Mabel. I brought you here for a pleasant visit, thought you needed brightening up, wanted to be nice to you, and now you, my husband, you insist.
In fumbling her way to her chair, she brushes to the floor some sheets from the psychoanalytical table.
Careful, dear. Your paper on psychoanalysis.
Gathers up sheets and offers them to her.
I don't want my paper on psychoanalysis. I'm sick of psychoanalysis.
Do you mean that, Henrietta?
Why shouldn't I mean it? Look at all I've done for psychoanalysis, and...
Raising a tear-stained face.
What has psychoanalysis done for me?
Do you mean, Henrietta, that you're going to stop talking psychoanalysis?
Why shouldn't I stop talking it? Haven't I seen what it does to people? Mabel has gone crazy about psychoanalysis.
At the word crazy, with a moan, Mabel sinks to chair and buries her face in her hands.
Do you swear never to wake me up in the night to find out what I'm dreaming?
Dream what you please. I don't care what you're dreaming.
Will you clear off my work table so the Journal of Morbid Psychology doesn't stare me in the face when I'm trying to plan a house?
Henrietta, pushing a stack of periodicals off the table.
I'll burn the Journal of Morbid Psychology.
My dear Henrietta, if you're going to separate from psychoanalysis, there's no reason why I should separate from you.
They embrace ardently. Mabel lifts her head and looks at them woefully. Mabel, jumping up and going toward them.
But what about me? What am I to do with my suppressed desire?
Steve, with one arm still around Henrietta, gives Mabel a brotherly hug.
Mabel, you just keep right on suppressing it.
Curtain. End of Suppressed Desires by Susan Glaspell and George Cram Cook.
Tides by George Middleton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Characters: William White, a famous internationalist.
Read by Todd.
Hilda, his wife.
Read by Capricia Page.
Wallace, their son.
Read by Chuck Williamson.
Narrated by Elizabeth Klett. Scene: At the Whites, spring 1917. A simply furnished study. The walls are lined with bookshelves, indicating by their improvised quality that they have been increased as occasion demanded. On these are stacked, in addition to the books themselves, many files of papers, magazines, and reports. The large work-table, upon which rests a double student lamp and a telephone, is conspicuous. A leather couch with pillows is opposite, pointing toward a doorway which leads into the living-room. There is also a doorway in back, which apparently opens on the hallway beyond. The room is comfortable in spite of its general disorder. It is essentially the workshop of a busy man of public affairs. The strong sunlight of a spring day comes in through the window, flooding the table. William White is standing by the window smoking a pipe. He is about 50, of striking appearance, the visual incarnation of the popular conception of a leader of men. There is authority and strength in the lines of his face. His whole personality is commanding, his voice has all the modulations of a well-trained orator. His gestures are sweeping, for even in private conversation he is habitually conscious of an audience. Otherwise he is simple and engaging, with some indication of his humble origin. On the sofa opposite, with a letter in her hand, Hilda White, his wife, is seated. She is somewhat younger, in fact, though in appearance she is as one who has been worn a bit by the struggle of many years. Her manner contrasts with her husband's. Her inheritance of delicate refinement is ever present in her soft voice and gentle gesture. Yet she too suggests strength, the sort which will endure all for a fixed intention. It is obvious throughout that she and her husband have been happy comrades in their life together, and that a deep fundamental bond has united them, in spite of the different social spheres from which each has sprung. White, seeing that she has paused.
Go on, dear, go on. Let's hear all of it.
Oh, what's the use, Will? You know how differently he feels about the war?
White, with quiet sarcasm.
But it's been so many years since your respectable brother has honored me even with the slightest allusion.
If you care for what he says.
Continuing to read the letter.
Remember, Hilda, you are an American. I don't suppose your husband considers that an honor, but I do.
White, interrupting.
And what kind of an American has he been in times of peace? He's wrung 40% profits out of his factory and fought every effort of the workers to organize. Ah, these smug hypocrites.
Hilda, reading.
His violent opposition to America going in has been disgrace enough.
But his war profits were all right? Oh, yes.
Let me finish, dear, since you want it.
Reading.
Been disgrace enough, but now we're in. I'm writing in the faint hope, if you are not too much under his influence, that you will persuade him to keep his mouth shut. This country will tolerate no difference of opinion now. You radicals had better get on board the bandwagon. It's prison or acceptance.
She stops reading.
He's right, dear. There will be nothing more intolerant than a so-called democracy at war.
By God, it's superb! Silence for 20 years, and now he writes his poor misguided sister for fear she will be further disgraced by her radical husband?
We mustn't descend to his bitterness.
No, I suppose I should resuscitate the forgotten doctrine of forgiving my enemies.
He's not your enemy. He merely looks at it differently.
I was thinking of his calm contempt for me these 20 years, ever since you married me. Out of your class, as he called it.
Oh, hush, Will. I've been so happy with you, I can bear him no ill will. Besides, doesn't his attitude seem natural? You mustn't forget that no man in this country has fought his class more than you. That hurts, especially coming from an acquired relative.
Yes, that aggravates the offense. And I'll tell you something you may not know.
Bitterly.
Whenever I've spoken against privilege and wealth, it's been his pudgy, comfortable face I've shaken my fist at. He's been so damned comfortable all his life.
She looks at him in surprise.
Why, Will, you surely don't envy him his comfort, do you? I can't make you out. What's come over you these last weeks? You've always been above such personal bitterness, even when you were most condemned and ridiculed. If you were anybody but you, I'd think you had done something you were ashamed of.
What do you mean?
Haven't you sometimes noticed that is what bitterness to another means? A failure within oneself.
He goes over to chair and sits without answering.
I can think of you beaten by outside things, that sort of failure we all meet. But somehow I can never think of you failing yourself. You've been so brave and self-reliant. You fought so hard for the truth.
White, tapping letter.
But he thinks he knows the truth, too.
He's also an intense nature.
White, thoughtfully after a pause.
Yet there is some truth in what he says.
Hilda, smiling.
But you didn't like it, coming from him.
It will be different with you and me, now that America's gone in.
Yes, it will be harder for us here, for hate is always farthest from the trenches. But you and I are not the sort who would compromise to escape the persecution which is the resource of the non-combatant.
The phone rings. He looks at his watch.
That's for me.
Let me.
She goes.
It may be Wallace.
At phone.
Yes, this is 116 Chelsea. Long distance.
He starts as she says to him.
It must be our boy.
At phone.
Who? Oh, Mr. William White? Yes, he'll be here.
She hangs up receiver.
She'll ring when she gets the connection through.
White, turning away.
It takes so long these days.
Funny he didn't ask for me.
What made you think it was Wallace?
I took it for granted. He must be having a hard time at college with all the boys full of war fever.
And a father with my record.
He should be proud of the example. He has more than other boys to cling to these days, when everybody is losing his head as the band plays and the flag is waved. He won't be carried away by it. He'll remember all we taught him. Oh, Will, when I think we now have conscription, as they have in Germany, I thank God every night our boy is too young for the draft.
But when his time comes, what will he do?
Hilda, calmly.
He will do it with courage.
White, referring to her brother's letter.
Either prison or acceptance.
I would rather have my son in prison than have him do what he felt was wrong. Wouldn't you?
White, evasively.
We won't have to face that problem for 2 years.
And when it comes, if he falters, I'll give him these notes of that wonderful speech you made at the International Conference in 1910.
Picking it up.
I was looking through it only this morning.
White, troubled.
Oh, that speech.
Hilda, glancing through it with enthusiasm.
All wars are imperialistic in origin. Do away with overseas investments, trade routes, private control of ammunition factories, secret diplomacy.
Don't you see that it's all dead wood?
Hilda, not heeding him.
This part gave me new strength when I thought of Wallace.
Reading with eloquence.
War will stop when young men put internationalism above nationality, the law of God above the dictates of statesmen, the law of love above the law of hate, the law of self-sacrifice above the law of profit. There must be no boundaries in man's thought. Let the young men of the world once throw down their arms. Let them once refuse to point their guns at human hearts, and all the boundaries of the world will melt away, and peace will find a resting place in the hearts of men.
White, taking it from her.
And I made you believe it? What silly prophets we radicals were.
He tears it up.
Mere scraps of paper, dear. Scraps of paper now.
But it was the truth. It still is the truth.
Hilda, there's something I want to talk over very, very seriously with you. I've been putting it off.
Yes, dear?
The outer door is heard to bang.
Listen, wasn't that the front door?
Perhaps it's the maid.
Hilda, a bit nervously.
No, she's upstairs. No one rang, please, see.
White, smiling.
Now don't worry. It can't possibly be the Secret Service.
One never knows in war times what to expect. I sometimes feel I am in a foreign country.
White goes slowly to the door in back and opens it. Wallace, their son, with valise in hand, is standing there, as if he had hesitated to enter. He is a fine, clean-cut young fellow, with his father's physical endowment and his mother's spiritual intensity. The essential note he strikes is that of honesty. It is apparent he is under the pressure of a momentous decision which has brought him unexpectedly home from college.
Wallace!
Wallace, shaking hands.
Hello, Dad.
Wallace, my boy.
Wallace drops valise and goes to his mother's arms. Wallace, with deep feeling.
Mother.
White, after a pause.
Well, boy, this is unexpected. We were just talking of you.
Were you?
I am so glad to see you, so glad.
Yes. But
There's nothing the matter.
You've had trouble at college.
not exactly. But I couldn't stand it there. I've left. For good.
I was sure that would happen.
Tell us. You know we'll understand.
Dad, if you don't mind, I'd like to talk it over with Mother first.
Of course, old fellow, that's right. She'll stand by you just as she's always stood by me, all these years.
He kisses her.
I.
He smooths her hair gently, looking into her eyes as she smiles up at him.
We mustn't let this war hurt all we've had together, you and I.
Hilda, smiling and turning towards her son.
And Wallace.
And Wallace, yes.
Wallace looks away guiltily.
Let me know when the phone comes.
He goes out hastily. She closes the door after him and then comes to Wallace, who has sat down, indicating he is troubled.
They made it hard for you at college.
I don't know how to tell you.
I understand. The flag waving, the patriotic speeches, the billboards advertising the glory of war, the call of adventure offered to youth, the pressure of your friends, all made it hard for you to be called a slacker.
No, Mother, I wasn't afraid of what they would call me. That was easy.
Hilda, proudly.
You are your father's son.
Mother, I can't stand the thought of killing, you know, and I couldn't forget all you've told me. That's why I've had to think this out, all these months alone, why I've hesitated longer than most fellows. The only thing I was really afraid of was being wrong. But now I know I'm right, and I'm going clean through to the limit.
As your father said, I'll stand by you, whatever it is, if only you feel it's right.
Will you? Will you, Mother? No matter what happens.
She nods.
I knew you would.
Taking her hand.
Then, Mother, listen. I've volunteered.
Hilda, shocked.
Volunteered?
Yes, I leave for training camp tonight.
Tonight?
Yes, Mother. Once I made up my mind, I wouldn't wait to be drafted. I wanted to offer myself. I didn't want to be made to go.
Hilda, hardly grasping it.
But you are too young.
I lied about my age. You and Father can stop me if you tell the truth. That's why I've come back. I want you to promise you won't tell.
You ask me to aid you in what I don't believe?
But you said you'd stick by me if I thought it was right.
But...
Wallace, with fervor.
And I tell you, Mother, I do feel it was right for America to go in. I see now we ought to have declared war when they crushed Belgium. Yes, we ought to have gone in when the Lusitania was sunk. But we've been patient. The President tried to keep us out of it until we had to go in to save our self-respect. We had to go in to show we were men of honor, not pussycats. We had to go in to show the world the Stars and Stripes wasn't a dish rag on which the Germans could dry their bloody hands.
Hilda, gazing at him incredulously.
You hate them as much as that?
Hate? No, Mother, no.
As if questioning himself.
I really haven't any hate for the German people. People are just people everywhere, I suppose. And they're tricked and fooled by their rotten government, as the President says.
Then why fight them?
Because they're standing back of their government, doing what it says. And they've got to be licked to show them what kind of a government they have.
At least you have no hate in your heart. That's something.
Oh, yes, I have, Mother. But it isn't for the poor devils I've got to shoot. It's for the stay-at-home fellow here in America who sits in a comfortable armchair, who applauds patriotic sentiment, cheers the flag, and does nothing for his country but hate and hate while we fight for him. That's the fellow I'll hate all right when I sit in the trenches. And that's why I couldn't look myself in the face if I stayed out a day longer. Why I've got to go in. Why I'm going to die if I must. Because everybody ought to be willing to die for what he believes.
You are my son too, for I would willingly have died if I could have kept us out of this war.
Yes, I am your son too, and that's why you wouldn't respect me if I didn't go through.
No, I wouldn't have respected you. But...
She breaks a bit, then controls herself.
You are quite sure you're doing what's right?
Wallace, tenderly.
Would I have been willing to hurt you like this?
Hilda, holding him close to her.
My boy. My boy.
It'll be all right, Mother.
Yes. It will be all right. Nothing matters in time. It's only the moments that hurt.
Wallace, after a pause.
Then you won't tell my real age, or interfere?
I respect your right to decide your own life.
Wallace, joyed.
Mother.
I respect your dedication, your willingness to sacrifice for your beliefs. Why, Wallace, it would be a crime for me to stand in your way, even with my mother's love.
He kisses her.
Do it all as cleanly as you can. I'll hope and pray that you'll come back to me.
Half breaking down and taking him in her arms.
Oh, my boy, my boy, let me hold you. You'll never know how hard it is for a mother.
Wallace, gently.
But other mothers send their boys.
Most of them believe in what their sons are fighting for. Mothers have got to believe in it, or else how could they stand the thought of bayonets stuck into the bodies they brought forth in their own blood?
There is a pause till she controls herself.
I'll help you get your things together.
And father?
He will be angry.
But you will make him understand.
I'll try. Yet you must be patient with him if he doesn't understand. Don't ever forget his long fight against all kinds of Prussianism, when you hear him reviled by those who have always hated his radicalism, and who now, under the guise of patriotism, are trying to render him useless for further attacks on them after the war. He's been persecuted so by them, even back in the days when our press was praising Germany, and our distinguished citizens were dining at the Emperor's tables. Don't forget all this, my boy. These days are hard for him and me, harder perhaps than for you who go out to die in glory and praise. There are no flags for us, no music that stirs, no applause. But we too suffer in silence for what we believe, and it is only the strongest who can survive. Now call your father.
Wallace goes to door.
Dad.
He leaves door open and turns to his mother.
I'll be getting my things together.
There is a pause. White enters.
Dad, Mother has something to ask you.
He looks from father to mother.
Thanks, little mother.
He kisses her and goes out, taking the valise. His father and mother stand facing each other.
Wallace has volunteered.
He looks at her keenly.
He has lied about his age. He wants us to let him go.
Volunteered?
Yes. He leaves tonight.
White, after a pause.
And what have you told him?
That he must go.
You can say that?
It is the way he sees it.
White, going to her sympathetically.
Hilda.
Hilda, looking up at him tenderly.
Oh, Will, do you remember when he was born?
He soothes her.
And all we nursed him through afterwards. And all we taught him, all we tried to show him about war,
with a shrug of her shoulders.
none of it has mattered.
War is stronger than all that.
So we mustn't blame him. You won't blame him.
He fears I will?
He has always feared you a little, though he loves you deeply. You mustn't oppose him, dear. You won't.
White, wearily.
Is there any use opposing anybody or anything these days?
We must wait till the storm passes.
That's never been my way.
No, you've fought all your life. But now we must sit silent together and wait. Wait for our boy to come home. Will, think of it. We are going to have a boy over there too.
Hilda, hasn't it ever struck you that we may have been all wrong?
She looks at him as she holds his hand.
What could these frail hands do? How could we, poor little King Canutes, halt this tide that has swept over the world? Isn't it better, after all, that men should fight themselves out, bring such desolation upon themselves that they will be forced to see the futility of war? May it not become so terrible that men, the workers I mean, will throw down their worn-out weapons of their own accord? Won't permanent peace come through bitter experience, rather than talk, talk, talk?
Hilda, touching the torn pages of his speech and smiling.
Here is your answer to your own question.
Oh, that was all theory. We're in now. You say yourself we can't oppose it. Isn't it better if we try to direct the current to our own ends, rather than sink by trying to swim against it?
Oh, yes. It would be easier for one who could compromise.
But haven't we radicals been too intolerant of compromise?
That has been your strength, and it is your strength I'm relying on now that Wallace— shall I call him?
White, significantly.
No. Wait.
Hilda, apprehensive at his turn.
Oh, yes. Before he came, you said there was something.
The phone rings. They both look at it.
That's for you.
White, not moving.
Yes.
Hilda, hardly believing his attitude.
Is it private?
No. Perhaps it will be easier this way.
He hesitates, then goes to phone as she stands expectant.
Yes. Yes? Long distance? Washington?
Her lips repeat the word.
Yes. This is William White. Hello? Yes. Is this the secretary speaking? Oh, I appreciate the honor of having you confirm it personally. Senator Bow is chairman? At his request? Ah, yes. War makes strange bedfellows. Yes. The passport and credentials? Oh, I'll be ready. Yes. Goodbye.
He hangs up the receiver and looks at her.
You too?
I've been trying to tell you these last weeks, but I couldn't somehow.
You were ashamed.
No, dear. Only I knew it would hurt you.
I'm not thinking of myself, but of you. You are going to be part of this war.
I'm going to do what I can to help finish it.
By compromising with the beliefs of a lifetime.
No, dear, not that. I've accepted the appointment on this commission because I'm going to accept facts.
Have the facts of war changed, or is it you?
Neither has changed, but I'm going to act differently. I'm going to be a part of it. Yes, I'm going to help direct the current.
I can't believe what I am hearing. Is it you, William White, speaking? You who for 20 years have stood against all war?
Yes.
And now, when the test comes, you are going to lend yourself to it? You, of all men!
Hilda, dear, I didn't expect you to accept it easily, but I think I can make you see if you will let me.
Hilda, poignantly.
If I will let you. Why, Will, I must understand. I must.
Perhaps it will be difficult at first, with your standards.
But my standards were yours, Will. You gave them to me. You taught me. You took a young girl who loved you. You showed her the truth, and she followed you, and has followed you gladly through hard years of struggle and poverty, because of those ideals. And now you talk of my standards? Will, don't you see? I must understand.
Dear, standards are relative things. They differ with circumstance.
Have your ideals only been old clothes you changed to suit the weather?
It's the end we must keep in mind. I haven't changed or compromised one bit in that. I'm working in changed conditions, that's all. Working with all my heart to do away with all war.
By fighting one?
White, with eloquence.
Yes, because it is necessary. I've come to see we can't argue war out of the world with words. We've got to beat it out of the world. It can't be done with our hands lifted up in prayer. It can only be done with iron hands crushing it down. War is the mood of the world. Well, I'm going to fight in my fashion. And when it is over, I'm going to keep on fighting. For the next war will be greater than this. It will be an economic revolution. It will be the war of capital and labor. And I mean to be ready.
Hilda, listening incredulously.
And to get ready, you are willing to link arms now with Senator Bow, a man you once called the lackey of Wall Street, a man who has always opposed every democratic principle.
Yes. Don't you see the government is beginning to realize it can't do without us? Don't you see my appointment is an acknowledgment of the rising tide of radicalism in the world? Don't you see, with the prestige that will come to me from this appointment, I will have greater power after the war, power to bring about the realization of all our dreams, power to demand, even at the peace table itself perhaps, that all wars must end.
Do you actually believe you will have any power with your own people when you have compromised them for a temporary expediency?
White, with a gesture.
The leader must be wiser than the people who follow.
So, contempt for your people is the first thing your new power has brought you.
He makes a gesture of denial.
You feel you are above them, not of them. Do you believe for a moment that Senator Bow has anything but contempt for you too?
White, confidently.
He needs me.
Needs you? Don't you understand why he has appointed you on that committee? He wanted to get you out of the way.
Isn't that an acknowledgment of my power?
Yes. You're a great asset now. You're a reformed radical. Why, Will, he'll use you in the capitals of Europe to advertise his liberalism, just as the prohibitionist exhibits a reformed drunkard.
And I tell you, Hilda, after the war I shall be stronger than he is, stronger than any of them.
No man is strong unless he does what he feels is right. No, Will. You've convinced yourself with your own eloquence. You've wanted to do this for some reason, but it isn't the one you've told me. No.
White, angrily.
You doubt my sincerity?
No, only the way you have read yourself.
Well, if you think I've tried to make it easy for myself, you are mistaken. Is it easy to pull out of the rut and habit of years? Easy to know my friends will jeer and say I've sold out? Easy to have you misunderstand?
Goes to her.
Hilda, I'm doing this for their good. I'm doing it, just as Wallace is, because I feel it's right.
No, you shouldn't say that. You are not doing this for the same reason Wallace is. He believes in this war. He has accepted it all simply without a question. If you had seen the look in his eyes, you would have known he was a dedicated spirit. There was no shadow, no doubt. It was a pure flame. But you believe differently. You can't hush the mind that for 20 years has thought no war ever could henceforth be justified. You can't give yourself to this war without tricking yourself with phrases. You see power in it and profit for yourself.
He protests.
That's your own confession. You are only doing what is expedient, not what is right. Oh, Will, don't compare your motives with those of our son. I sent him forth without a word of protest, because he wishes to die for his own ideals. You are killing your own ideals for the ideals of others.
She turns away.
Oh, Will, that's what hurts. If you were only like him, I could stand it.
White, quietly, after a pause.
I can't be angry at you, even when you say such things. You've been too much a part of my life and work. And I love you, Hilda. You know that, don't you, dear?
He sits beside her and takes her hand.
I knew it would be difficult to make you understand. Only once have I lacked courage, and that was when I felt myself being drawn into this and they offered me the appointment. For then I saw I must tell you. You know I never have wanted to cause you pain. But when you asked me to let Wallace go, I thought you would understand my going too. Oh, perhaps our motives are different. He is young. War has caught his imagination. But I, too, see a duty, a way to accomplish my ideals.
Let's leave ideals out of this now. It's like bitter enemies praying to the same God as they kill each other.
Yes, war is full of ironies. I see that. Wallace can't. It's so full of mixed motives, good and bad. Yes, I'll grant all that. Only America has gone in. The whole tide was against us, dear. It is sweeping over the world, a brown tide of khaki, sweeping everything before it. All my life I've fought against the current.
Wearily.
And now that I've gone in, too, my arms seem less tired. Yes, and except for the pain I've caused you, I've never in all my life felt so happy.
Then she understands. She slowly turns to him, with tenderness in her eyes.
Oh, now, Will, I do understand. Now I see the real reason for what you've done.
White, defensively.
I've given the real reason.
Hilda, her heart going out to him.
You poor tired man. My dear one, forgive me if I made it difficult for you, if I said cruel words. I ought to have guessed, ought to have seen what life has done to you.
He looks up, not understanding her words.
Those hands of yours first dug a living out of the ground. Then they built houses and grew strong because you were a workman, a man of the people. You saw injustice, and all your life you fought against those who had the power to inflict it, the press, the comfortable respectables like my brother, and even those of your own group who opposed you. You fought them all, and they look at you as an outsider, an alien in your own country. Oh, Will, I know how hard it has been for you to be always on the defensive, against the majority. It is hard to live alone, away from the herd. It does tire one to the bone, and make one envious of the comfort and security they find by being together.
Yes, but...
Now the war comes, and with it a chance to get back, to be part of the majority, to be welcomed with open arms by those who have fought you, to go back with honour and praise, and yes, to have the warmth and comfort of the crowd. That's the real reason you're going in. You're tired and worn out with the fight. I know. I understand now.
White, earnestly.
If I thought it was that, I'd kill myself.
There's been enough killing already. I have to understand it, somehow, to accept it at all.
He stares at her, wondering at her words. She smiles. He goes to a chair and sits down, gazing before him. The music of Over There is now heard outside in the street, approaching nearer and nearer. It is a military band. Wallace excitedly rushes in, dressed in khaki.
Mother, Mother, the boys are coming down the street.
Sees father.
Dad, Mother has told you?
Hilda, calmly.
Yes, I've told him.
And you're going to let me go, Dad?
Yes.
Oh, thanks, Dad.
Grasping his hand.
I knew Mother would make you see.
Music nearer.
Listen, isn't that a great tune? lifts you up on your feet, and carries you over there. Gee, it just gets into a fellow, and makes him want to run for his gun, and take charge over the top.
He goes to balcony.
Look, they're nearing here, all ready to sail with the morning tide. They've got their helmets on. You can't see the end of them coming down the avenue. Oh, thank God, I'm going to be one of them soon. Thank God. I'm going to fight for Uncle Sam and the Stars and Stripes.
Calls off.
Hurrah!
To them.
Oh, I wish I had a flag. Why haven't we got a flag here? Hurrah!
As he goes out on the balcony, the music plays louder. Hilda has gone to white during this, and stands behind him, with her arms down his arms, as he sits there, gazing before him. Hilda, fervently.
Oh, Will, if I could only feel it as he does.
The music begins to trail off, as White tenderly takes hold of her hands. Curtain. End of Tides, by George Middleton.
The £12 Look, by Sir James Barrie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please contact LibriVox.org. Sir Harry Sims, played by
David Barnes.
Lady Sims, played by
Sarah O'Connor.
Kate, played by
Corrie Samuel.
Toombs, played by Peter Yearsley. The £12 Look. If quite convenient, as they say about cheques, you are to conceive that the scene is laid in your own house, and that Harry Sims is you. Perhaps the ornamentation of the house is a trifle ostentatious, but if you cavil at that, we are willing to redecorate. You don't get out of being Harry Sims on a mere matter of plush and dados. It pleases us to make him a city man, but rather than lose you, he can be turned with a scrape of the pen into a K.C., fashionable doctor, Secretary of State, or what you will. We conceive him of a pleasant rotundity, with a thick red neck, but we shall waive that point if you know him to be thin. It is that day in your career when everything went wrong, just when everything seemed to be superlatively right. In Harry's case it was a woman who did the mischief. She came to him in his great hour and told him she did not admire him. Of course he turned her out of the house, and was soon himself again, but it spoiled the morning for him. This is the subject of the play, and quite enough too. Harry is to receive the honour of knighthood in a few days, and we discover him in the sumptuous snuggery of his home in Kensington, or is it Westminster, rehearsing the ceremony with his wife. They have been at it all the morning, a pleasing occupation. Mrs. Sims, as we may call her for the last time, as it were, and strictly as a good-natured joke, is wearing her presentation gown, and personates the august one who is about to dub her Harry Knight. She is seated regally. Her jewelled shoulders proclaim aloud her husband's generosity. She must be an extraordinarily proud and happy woman, yet she has a drawn face and shrinking ways, as if there were someone near her of whom she is afraid. She claps her hands, as the signal to Harry. He enters, bowing, and with a graceful swerve of the leg. He is only partly in costume, the sword and the real stockings not having arrived yet. With a gliding motion that is only delayed while one leg makes up on the other, he reaches his wife, and, going on one knee, raises her hand superbly to his lips. She taps him on the shoulder with a paper knife, and says huskily, "Rise, Sir Harry." He rises, bows, and glides about the room, going on his knees to various articles of furniture, and rises from each a knight. It is a radiant domestic scene, and Harry is as dignified as if he knew that royalty was rehearsing it at the other end.
Did that seem all right, eh?
I think perfect.
But was it dignified?
Oh, very. And it will be still more so when you have the sword.
The sword will lend it an air. There are really the 5 moments.
Suiting the action to the word.
The glide, the dip, the kiss, the tap, and you back out a knight. It's short, but it's a very beautiful ceremony. Anything you can suggest?
No. Oh, no.
Nervously, seeing him pause to kiss the tassel of a cushion.
You don't think you have practised till you know what to do almost too well?
He has been in a blissful temper, but such niggling criticism would try any man.
I do not. Don't talk nonsense. Wait till your opinion is asked for.
I'm sorry, Harry.
A perfect butler appears and presents a card.
The Flora Typewriting Agency?
Ah, yes. I telephoned them to send someone. A woman, I suppose, Toombs?
Yes, Sir Harry.
Show her in here.
He has very lately become a stickler for etiquette.
And Toombs, strictly speaking, you know, I'm not Sir Harry till Thursday.
Beg pardon, sir, but it is such a satisfaction to us.
Ah, they like it downstairs, do they?
Especially the females, Sir Harry.
Exactly. You can show her in, Toombs.
The butler departs on his mighty task.
You can tell the woman what she's wanted for, Emmy, while I change.
He is too modest to boast about himself, and prefers to keep a wife in the house for that purpose.
You can tell her the sort of things about me that will come better from you. You heard what Toombs said, especially the females, and he's right. Success. The women like it even better than the men, and rightly, for they share. You share, Lady Sims. Not a woman will see that gown without being sick with envy of it. I know them. Have all our lady friends in to see it. It will make them ill for a week.
These sentiments carry him off light-heartedly, and presently the disturbing element is shown in. She is a mere typist, dressed in uncommonly good taste, but at contemptibly small expense, and she is carrying her typewriter in a friendly way, rather than as a badge of slavery, as of course it is. Her eye is clear, and, in odd contrast to Lady Sims, she is self-reliant and serene. Kate, respectfully, but she should have waited to be spoken to.
Good morning, madam.
Lady Sims, in her nervous way, and scarcely noticing that the typist is a little too ready with her tongue.
Good morning.
As a first impression, she rather likes the woman, and the woman, though it is scarcely worth mentioning, rather likes her. Lady Sims has a maid for buttoning and unbuttoning her, and probably another for waiting on the maid, and she gazes, with a little envy perhaps, at a woman who does things for herself.
Is that the typewriting machine?
Kate, who is getting it ready for use.
Yes.
Not yes, madam, as it ought to be.
I suppose if I am to work here I may take this off. I get on better without it.
She is referring to her hat.
Certainly.
But the hat is already off.
I ought to apologise for my gown. I'm to be presented this week, and I was trying it on.
Her tone is not really apologetic. She is rather clinging to the glory of her gown, wistfully, as if not absolutely certain, you know, that it is a glory.
It is beautiful, if I may presume to say so.
She frankly admires it. She probably has a best and a second best of her own, that sort of thing. Lady Sims, with a flush of pride in the gown.
Yes, it is very beautiful.
The beauty of it gives her courage.
Sit down, please.
Kate, the sort of woman who would have sat down in any case.
I suppose it is some copying you want done. I got no particulars. I was told to come to this address, but that was all.
Lady Sims, almost with the humility of a servant.
Oh, it's not work for me, it's for my husband. And what he needs is not exactly copying.
Swelling, for she is proud of Harry.
He wants a number of letters answered, hundreds of them. Letters and telegrams of congratulation.
Kate, as if it were all in the day's work.
Yes?
Lady Sims, remembering that Harry expects every wife to do her duty.
My husband is a remarkable man. He's about to be knighted.
Pause, but Kate does not fall to the floor.
He is to be knighted for his services to... for his services.
She is conscious that she is not doing Harry justice.
He can explain it so much better than I can.
And I am to answer the congratulations.
Lady Sims, afraid that it will be a hard task.
Yes.
It is work I have had some experience of.
She proceeds to type.
But you can't begin till you know what he wants to say.
Only a specimen letter. Won't it be the usual thing?
Lady Sims, to whom this is a new idea.
Is there a usual thing?
Oh, yes.
She continues to type, and Lady Sims, half mesmerised, gazes at her nimble fingers. The useless woman watches the useful one, and she sighs. She could not tell why.
How quickly you do it. It must be delightful to be able to do something, and to do it well.
Yes, it is delightful.
Lady Sims, again remembering the source of all her greatness.
But, excuse me, I don't think that will be any use. My husband wants me to explain to you that his is an exceptional case. He did not try to get this honour in any way. It was a complete surprise to him.
Kate, who is a practical Kate and no dealer in sarcasm.
That is what I have written.
Lady Sims, in whom sarcasm would meet a dead wall.
But how could you know?
I only guessed.
Is that the usual thing?
Oh, yes.
They don't try to get it?
I don't know. That is what we are told to say in the letters.
To her, at present, the only important thing about the letters is that they are 10 shillings the hundred. Lady Sims, returning to surer ground.
I should explain that my husband is not a man who cares for honours, so long as he does his duty.
Yes, I have been putting that in.
Have you? But he particularly wants it to be known that he would have declined a title were it not...
I have got it here.
What have you got?
Indeed, I would have asked to be allowed to decline, had it not been that I want to please my wife.
But how could you know it was that?
Is it?
Lady Sims, who, after all, is the one with the right to ask questions.
Do they all accept it for that reason?
That is what we are told to say in the letters.
It's quite as if you knew my husband.
I assure you, I don't even know his name.
Lady Sims, suddenly showing that she knows him.
Oh, he wouldn't like that.
And it is here that Harry re-enters in his city garments, looking so gay, feeling so jolly, that we bleed for him. However, the annoying Catherine is to get a shock also.
This is the lady, Harry.
Sir Harry shooting his cuffs.
Yes, yes. Good morning, my dear.
Then they see each other, and their mouths open, but not for words. After the first surprise, Kate seems to find some humour in the situation, but Harry lowers like a thundercloud. Lady Sims, who has seen nothing.
I've been trying to explain to her.
What? Leave it to me, Emmy. I'll attend to her.
Lady Sims goes, with a dread fear that somehow she has vexed her lord, and then Harry attends to the intruder. Sir Harry, with concentrated scorn.
You.
Kate, as if agreeing with him.
Yes, it's funny.
The shamelessness of your daring to come here.
Believe me, it is not less of a surprise to me than it is to you. I was sent here in the ordinary way of business. I was given only the number of the house. I was not told the name.
Sir Harry, withering her.
The ordinary way of business. This is what you have fallen to. A typist.
Kate, unwithered.
Think of it.
After going through worse straits, I'll be bound.
Kate, with some grim memories.
Much worse straits.
Sir Harry, alas, laughing coarsely.
Ha ha! My congratulations.
Thank you, Harry.
Sir Harry, who is annoyed, as any man would be, not to find her abject.
Eh? What was that you called me, madam?
Isn't it, Harry? On my soul, I almost forget.
It isn't Harry to you. My name is Sims, if you please.
Yes, I had not forgotten that. It was my name too, you see.
It was your name till you forfeited the right to bear it.
Exactly.
I was furious to find you here, but on second thoughts, it pleases me.
From the depths of his moral nature.
There is a grim justice in this.
Tell me.
Do you know what you were brought here to do?
I have just been learning. You have been made a knight, and I was summoned to answer the messages of congratulation.
That's it. That's it. You came on this day as my servant.
I, who might have been Lady Sims.
And you are her typist instead. And she has 4 men servants. Oh, I'm glad you saw her in her presentation gown.
I wonder if she would let me do her washing, Sir Harry.
Her want of taste disgusts him.
You can go. The mere thought that only a few flights of stairs separates such as you from my innocent children.
He will never know why a new light has come into her face.
You have children?
2.
He wonders why she is so long in answering.
Such a nice number.
Sir Harry, with an extra turn of the screw.
Both boys.
Successful in everything. Are they like you, Sir Harry?
They are very like me.
That's nice.
Even on such a subject as this, she can be ribald.
Will you please to go?
Hey-ho. What shall I say to my employer?
That is no affair of mine.
What will you say to Lady Sims?
I flatter myself that whatever I say, Lady Sims will accept without comment.
She smiles, heaven knows why, unless her next remark explains it.
Still the same Harry.
What do you mean?
Only that you have the old confidence in your profound knowledge of the sex.
Sir Harry, beginning to think as little of her intellect as of her morals.
I suppose I know my wife.
Kate, hopelessly dense.
I suppose so. I was only remembering that you used to think you knew her in the days when I was the lady.
He is merely wasting his time on her, and he indicates the door. She is not sufficiently the lady to retire worsted.
Well, goodbye, Sir Harry. Won't you ring, and the 4 men servants will show me out?
But he hesitates. Sir Harry, in spite of himself.
As you are here, there is something I want to get out of you.
Wishing he could ask it less eagerly.
Tell me, who was the man?
The strange woman, it is evident now that she has always been strange to him, smiles tolerantly.
You never found out?
I could never be sure.
I thought that would worry you.
It's plain that he soon left you.
Very soon.
As I could have told you.
But still she surveys him with the smile of Mona Lisa. The badgered man has to entreat.
Who was he? It was 14 years ago, and cannot matter to any of us now. Kate, tell me who he was.
It is his first youthful moment, and perhaps because of that, she does not wish to hurt him. Kate, shaking a motherly head.
Better not to ask.
I do ask. Tell me.
It is kinder not to tell you.
Then, by James, it was one of my own pals. Was it Bernard Roach?
She shakes her head.
It may have been someone who comes to my house still.
I think not. 14 years. You found my letter that night when you went home?
Yes.
I propped it against the decanters. I thought you would be sure to see it there. It was a room not unlike this, and all the furniture was arranged in the same attractive way. How it all comes back to me. Don't you see me, Harry, in hat and cloak, putting the letter there, taking a last look round, and then stealing out into the night to meet...
Whom?
Him. Hours pass, no sound in the room but the tick-tack of the clock, and then, about midnight, you return alone. You take...
I wasn't alone.
Kate, the picture spoiled.
No? Oh, here have I all these years been conceiving it wrongly.
She studies his face.
I believe something interesting happened.
Something confoundedly annoying.
Do tell me.
We won't go into that. Who was the man? Surely a husband has a right to know with whom his wife bolted.
Kate, who is detestably ready with her tongue.
Surely the wife has a right to know how he took it.
The woman's love of bargaining comes to her aid.
A fair exchange. You tell me what happened, and I will tell you who he was.
You will? Very well.
It is the first point on which they have agreed, and forgetting himself, he takes a place beside her on the fire-seat. He is thinking only of what he is to tell her, but she, womanlike, is conscious of their proximity.
Quite like old times.
He moves away from her indignantly.
Go on, Harry.
Sir Harry, who has a manful shrinking from saying anything that is to his disadvantage.
Well, as you know, I was dining at the club that night.
Yes?
Jack Lamb drove me home. Mabbott Green was with us, and I asked them to come in for a few minutes.
Jack Lamb, Mabbott Green. I think I remember them. Jack was in Parliament.
No, that was Mabbott. They came into the house with me, and... Was it him?
Who?
Mabbott.
What?
The man.
What man? Oh, no. I thought you said he came into the house with you.
It might have been a blind.
Well, it wasn't. Go on.
They came in to finish a talk we'd been having at the club.
An interesting talk, evidently.
The papers had been full that evening of the elopement of some countess woman with a fiddler. What was her name?
Does it matter?
No.
Thus ends the Countess.
We'd been discussing the thing, and...
He pulls a wry face.
And I had been rather warm.
Kate, with horrid relish.
I begin to see. You had been saying that it served the husband right, that the man who could not look after his wife deserved to lose her. It was one of your favourite subjects. Oh, Harry, say it was that.
It may have been something like that.
And all the time the letter was there, waiting, and none of you knew except the clock. Harry, it is sweet of you to tell me.
His face is not sweet. The illiterate woman has used the wrong adjective.
I forget what I said precisely in the letter.
Sir Harry, pulverising her.
So do I, but I have it still.
Kate, not pulverised.
Do let me see it again.
She has observed his eye wandering to the desk.
You are welcome to it as a gift.
The fateful letter, a poor little dead thing, is brought to light from a locked drawer. Kate, taking it.
Yes, this is it. Harry, how you did crumple it.
She reads, not without curiosity.
Dear husband, I call you that for the last time. I am off. I am what you call making a bolt of it. I won't try to excuse myself, nor to explain, for you would not accept the excuses nor understand the explanation. It will be a little shock to you, but only to your pride. What will astound you is that any woman could be such a fool as to leave such a man as you. I am taking nothing with me that belongs to you. May you be very happy. Your ungrateful Kate. P.S. You need not try to find out who he is. You will try, but you won't succeed.
She folds the nasty little thing up.
I may really have it for my very own.
You really may.
If you would care for a typed copy.
Sir Harry, in a voice with which he used to frighten his grandmother.
None of your sauce.
Wincing.
I had to let them see it in the end.
I can picture Jack Lamb eating it.
A penniless parson's daughter.
That is all I was.
We searched for the two of you high and low.
Private detectives?
They couldn't get on the track of you.
No?
But at last the courts let me serve the papers by advertisement on a man unknown, and I got my freedom.
So I saw. It was the last I heard of you.
Sir Harry, each word a blow for her.
And I married again, just as soon as ever I could.
They say that is always a compliment to the first wife.
I showed them.
You soon let them see that if one woman was a fool, you still had the pick of the baskets to choose from.
By James, I did.
Kate, bringing him to earth again.
But still, you wondered who he was.
I suspected everybody, even my pals. I felt like jumping at their throats and crying, "It's you!"
You had been so admirable to me. An instinct told you that I was sure to choose another of the same.
I thought, it can't be money, so it must be looks. Some dolly face.
He stares at her in perplexity.
He must have had something wonderful about him to make you willing to give up all that you had with me.
Kate, as if he was the stupid one.
Poor Harry.
And it couldn't have been going on for long, for I would have noticed the change in you.
Would you?
I knew you so well.
You amazing man.
So who was he? Out with it.
You are determined to know?
Your promise. You gave your word.
If I must.
She is the villain of the piece, but it must be conceded that in this matter she is reluctant to pain him.
I am sorry I promised.
Looking at him steadily.
There was no one, Harry. No one at all.
Sir Harry, rising.
If you think you can play with me...
I told you that you wouldn't like it.
It is unbelievable.
I suppose it is, but it is true.
Your letter itself gives you the lie.
That was intentional. I saw that if the truth was known, you might have a difficulty in getting your freedom, and as I was getting mine, it seemed fair that you should have yours also. So I wrote my goodbye in words that would be taken to mean what you thought they meant, and I knew the law would back you in your opinion. For the law, like you, Harry, has a profound understanding of women.
Sir Harry, trying to straighten himself.
I don't believe you yet.
Kate, looking not unkindly into the soul of this man.
Perhaps that is the best way to take it. It is less unflattering than the truth. But you were the only one.
Summing up her life.
You sufficed.
Then what mad impulse?
It was no impulse, Harry. I had thought it out for a year.
A year? One would think to hear you that I hadn't been a good husband to you.
Kate, with a sad smile.
You were a good husband according to your lights.
I think so.
And a moral man, and chatty, and quite the philanthropist.
Sir Harry, on sure ground.
All women envied you.
How you loved me to be envied.
I swaddled you in luxury.
Kate, making her great revelation.
That was it.
What?
Kate, who can be serene because it is all over.
How you beamed at me when I sat at the head of your fat dinners in my fat jewellery, surrounded by our fat friends.
They weren't so fat.
Kate, a side issue.
All except those who were so thin. Have you ever noticed, Harry, that many jewels make women either incredibly fat or incredibly thin?
I have not.
Is it worthwhile to argue with her any longer?
We had all the most interesting society of the day. It wasn't only businessmen. There were politicians, painters, writers.
Only the glorious, dazzling successes. Oh, the fat talk while we ate too much, about who had made a hit and who was slipping back, and what the new house cost and the new motor and the gold soup plates, and who was to be the new knight.
Sir Harry, who, it will be observed, is unanswerable from first to last.
Was anybody getting on better than me, and consequently you?
Consequently me. Oh, Harry, you and your sublime religion.
Sir Harry, honest heart.
My religion? I never was one to talk about religion, but...
Pooh, Harry, you don't even know what your religion was, and is, and will be till the day of your expensive funeral.
And here is the lesson that life has taught her.
One's religion is whatever he is most interested in, and yours is success.
Sir Harry, quoting from his morning paper.
Ambition. It is the last infirmity of noble minds.
Noble minds.
Sir Harry at last grasping what she is talking about.
You're not saying that you left me because of my success?
Yes, that was it.
And now she stands revealed to him.
I couldn't endure it, if a failure had come now and then, but your success was suffocating me.
She is rigid with emotion.
The passionate craving I had to be done with it, to find myself among people who had not got on.
Sir Harry, with proper spirit.
There are plenty of them.
There were none in our set. When they began to go downhill, they rolled out of our sight.
I tell you, I am worth $250,000.
That is what you are worth to yourself. I'll tell you what you are worth to me, exactly £12. For I made up my mind that I could launch myself on the world alone if I first proved my mettle by earning £12, and as soon as I had earned it, I left you.
Sir Harry, in the scales.
£12.
That is your value to a woman. If she can't make it, she has to stick to you.
Sir Harry, remembering, perhaps, a rectory garden.
You valued me at more than that when you married me.
Kate, seeing it also.
Ah, I didn't know you then. If only you had been a man, Harry.
A man? What do you mean by a man?
Kate, leaving the garden.
Haven't you heard of them? They are something fine, and every woman is loath to admit to herself that her husband is not one. When she marries, even though she has been a very trivial person, there is in her some vague stirring toward a worthy life, as well as a fear of her capacity for evil. She knows her chance lies in him. If there is something good in him, what is good in her finds it, and they join forces against the baser parts. So I didn't give you up willingly, Harry. I invented all sorts of theories to explain you. Your hardness, I said it was a fine want of mawkishness. Your coarseness, I said it goes with strength. Your contempt for the weak, I called it virility. Your want of ideals was clear-sightedness. Your ignoble views of women, I tried to think them funny. Oh, I clung to you to save myself, but I had to let go. You had only the one quality, Harry, success. You had it so strong that it swallowed all the others.
Sir Harry, not to be diverted from the main issue.
How did you earn that £12?
It took me nearly 6 months, but I earned it fairly.
She presses her hand on the typewriter as lovingly as many a woman has pressed a rose.
I learned this. I hired it and taught myself. I got some work through a friend, and with my first £12 I paid for my machine. Then I considered that I was free to go, and I went.
All this going on in my house, while you were living in the lap of luxury?
She nods.
By God, you were determined.
By God, I was.
Sir Harry, staring.
How you must have hated me.
Kate, smiling at the childish word.
Not a bit. After I saw that there was a way out. From that hour you amused me, Harry. I was even sorry for you, for I saw that you couldn't help yourself. Success is just a fatal gift.
Oh, thank you.
Kate, thinking, dear friends in front, of you and me, perhaps.
Yes, and some of your most successful friends knew it. One or two of them used to look very sad at times, as if they thought they might have come to something if they hadn't got on.
Sir Harry, who has a horror of sacrilege.
The battered crew you live among now, what are they but folk who have tried to succeed and failed?
That's it. They try, but they fail.
And always will fail.
Always. Poor souls, I say of them. Poor soul, they say of me. It keeps us human. That is why I never tire of them.
Sir Harry, comprehensively.
Bah, Kate, I tell you, I'll be worth $500,000 yet.
I'm sure you will. You're getting stout, Harry.
No, I'm not.
What was the name of that fat old fellow who used to fall asleep at our dinner parties?
If you mean Sir William Crackley.
That was the man. Sir William was to me a perfect picture of the grand success. He had got on so well that he was very, very stout, and when he sat on a chair it was thus.
Her hands meeting in front of her.
As if he were holding his success together. That is what you are working for, Harry. You will have that and the $500,000 about the same time.
Sir Harry, who has surely been very patient.
Will you please to leave my house?
Kate, putting on her gloves, soiled things.
But don't let us part in anger. How do you think I'm looking, Harry, compared to the dull, inert thing that used to roll round in your padded carriages?
Sir Harry, in masterly fashion.
I forget what you were like. I'm very sure you never could have held a candle to the present Lady Sims.
That is a picture of her, is it not?
Sir Harry, seizing his chance again.
In her wedding gown, painted by an R.A.
Kate, wickedly.
A knight?
Sir Harry, deceived.
Yes.
Kate, who likes Lady Sims, a piece of presumption on her part.
It is a very pretty face.
Sir Harry, with the pride of possession.
Acknowledged to be a beauty everywhere.
There is a merry look in the eyes and character in the chin.
Sir Harry, like an auctioneer.
Noted for her wit.
All her life before her when that was painted. It is a spiritual face, too.
Suddenly, she turns on him with anger, for the first and only time in the play.
Oh, Harry, you brute!
Sir Harry staggered.
Eh? What?
That dear creature, capable of becoming a noble wife and mother. She is the spiritless woman of no account that I saw here a few minutes ago. I forgive you for myself, for I escaped. But that poor lost soul! Oh, Harry, Harry!
Sir Harry, waving her to the door.
I'll thank you. If ever there was a woman proud of her husband and happy in her married life, that woman is Lady Sims.
I wonder.
Then you needn't wonder.
If I was a husband, it is my advice to all of them, I would often watch my wife quietly to see whether the £12 look was not coming into her eyes. 2 boys, did you say? And both like you?
What is that to you?
Kate, with glistening eyes.
I was only thinking that somewhere there are 2 little girls who, when they grow up, the dear, pretty girls who are all meant for the men who don't get on. Well, goodbye, Sir Harry.
Sir Harry, showing a little human weakness, it is to be feared.
Say first that you're sorry.
For what?
That you left me. Say you regret it bitterly. You know you do.
She smiles and shakes her head. He is pettish. He makes a terrible announcement.
You have spoiled the day for me.
Kate, to hearten him.
I am sorry for that, but it is only a pinprick, Harry. I suppose it is a little jarring in the moment of your triumph to find that there is one old friend who does not think you a success, but you will soon forget it. Who cares what a typist thinks?
Nobody. A typist at 18 shillings a week.
Not a bit of it, Harry. I double that.
Magnificent.
There is a timid knock at the door.
May I come in?
Sir Harry, rather appealingly.
It is Lady Sims.
I won't tell. She is afraid to come into her husband's room without knocking.
She is not.
Uxoriously.
Come in, dearest.
Dearest enters, carrying the sword. She might have had the sense not to bring it in while this annoying person is here. Lady Sims, thinking she has brought her welcome with her.
Harry, the sword has come.
Sir Harry, who will dote on it presently.
Oh, all right.
But I thought you were so eager to practice with it.
The person smiles at this. He wishes he had not looked to see if she was smiling.
Put it down.
Lady Sims flushes a little as she lays the sword aside. Kate, with her confounded courtesy.
It is a beautiful sword, if I may say so.
Lady Sims, helped.
Yes.
The person thinks she can put him in the wrong, does she? He'll show her. Sir Harry, with one eye on Kate.
Emmy, the one thing your neck needs is more jewels.
More?
Some ropes of pearls. I'll see to it. It's a bagatelle to me.
Kate conceals her chagrin, so she had better be shown the door. He rings.
I won't detain you any longer, miss.
Thank you.
Going already? You've been very quick.
The person doesn't suit, Emmy.
I'm sorry.
So am I, madam, but it can't be helped. Goodbye, your ladyship. Goodbye, Sir Harry.
There is a suspicion of an impertinent courtesy, and she is escorted off the premises by Tombs. The air of the room is purified by her going. Sir Harry notices it at once. Lady Sims, whose tendency it is to say the wrong thing.
She seemed such a capable woman.
Sir Harry, on his hearth.
I don't like her style at all.
Of course you know best.
This is the right kind of woman. Sir Harry, rather anxious for corroboration.
Lord, how she winced when I said I was to give you those ropes of pearls.
Did she? I didn't notice. I suppose so.
Suppose? Surely I know enough about women to know that.
Yes, oh, yes.
Sir Harry, odd that so confident a man should ask this.
Emmy, I know you well, don't I? I can read you like a book, eh?
Yes, Harry.
Sir Harry, jovially but with an inquiring eye.
What a different existence yours is from that poor lonely wretch's.
Yes, but she has a very contented face.
Sir Harry, with a stamp of his foot.
All put on. What?
I didn't say anything.
One would think you envied her.
Envied? Oh, no. But I thought she looked so alive. It was while she was working the machine.
Alive? That's no life. It is you that are alive. I'm busy, Emmy.
He sits at his writing table.
I'm sorry. I'll go, Harry.
Inconsequentially.
Are they very expensive?
What?
Those machines.
When she has gone, the possible meaning of her question startles him. The curtain hides him from us, but we may be sure that he will soon be bland again. We have a comfortable feeling, you and I, that there is nothing of Harry Sims in us. The end of the £12 Look, by by Sir James M. Barrie.
When Shades Assemble. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. When Shades Assemble by Marjorie Benton Cook. Narration by Pamela Krantz. Characters: Lady Macbeth,
Read by Christine G.
Portia,
Read by Charlotte Duckett.
Juliet,
Read by Amanda Friday.
Ophelia.
Read by Eden Ray Hedrick.
Scene: the afterworld. Enter Lady Macbeth and Portia.
Good morrow, Lady Portia, Cater's daughter, wife of that Brutus who did slay great Caesar. Why stalk you here among the shades alone?
Such words as slayers sound but ill, methinks, upon the lips of guilty Cawdor's wife. My Brutus was a martyr, who did read signs of the time which others dared not see. The blood he shed was shed in duty's name, so say not slayer's wife again to me. Thou who didst lure beneath thy roof King Duncan, and with thy 2 blood-stained hands didst, with thy husband's aids, and foul connivance, kill, stab, and murder thy king.
Enough, enough, fair Portia, this sufficeth. Our husbands may have had their little faults, no doubt we had our little vices too, but here among the shades, where friends are few, let us not waste the hours in angry speech, but join our forces, that we may not be dependent for all social intercourse upon Ophelia and that youngster Juliet,
who even now approaches from the dusk.
Enter Juliet and Ophelia.
Dear me, Ophelia, but this life is slow. Why, when I lived at fair Verona's court, my every day was filled with gracious sport. Can I forget that ball my father gave, when first I set my eyes on Romeo?
Methinks that we have heard that tale before.
Beware, there's Cawdor's dame who gossips so. Lord, we know what we are, but know not what we may be. How should I my true love know from another one? I his gargle hat and staff, and his sandal shoes.
Ophelia, my dear, know you no other songs?
Alas, sweet lady, and alas, alack!
Why, at Verona's court the troubadours were wont to dedicate their songs to me.
Alas, we can't escape Verona's court.
Dost think we'd rather hear of Cawdor's house and Duncan's death, and see you wash your hands, and hear your thrilly speeches about blood? Not I, for one, nor Mad Ophelia here. I'd rather sit and hear Ophelia sing, and that's not very cheerful, you'll admit.
Thou impudentest child among the shades! The raven himself is hoarse that can outcroak you. Just is the valour of thy saucy tongue. Begone about thy business. Get thee hence.
Be not impatient with the child, my lady. She is young yet, and, poor soul, she died for love.
Yes, and I'm sorry I was such a fool. Oh, why did I not wed the Count of Paris, instead of joining Romeo in the tomb?
But Romeo loves thee still?
Yes, Romeo does. Why, at the time when all the heroes are let in to spend the day with their lost wives and loves, what think ye then this Romeo does?
Well, what doth he?
He sits all day and holds Ophelia's hand.
How shall I thy true love know from another one? La 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 la.
The Montagues were ever fickle loves. I care not that he pays Ophelia court, but this is hard, that I must have Lord Hamlet, being or not to being, at my side, discoursing on man's capability, and talking ghosts until my very spine is chilled, and every hair doth rise, like quills upon the fretful porcupine.
How dare you use a speech that's not your own?
Oh, I'm so glad he doth speak thus with thee, for I was ever much afeard of him. He said to get me to a nunnery. Oh, woe is me, to have seen what I have seen, See what I see. He is dead and gone, lady. He is dead and gone.
Methinks Ophelia is a simple thing.
I would sometimes I could escape my Thane. The days he is allowed to visit me, I grow weary of reiteration. That bickering, outworn phrase, "I told you so."
Children, dear lady, ours the fate has been for centuries the face of limelight and glare. And in the world of mortals still the young do play Juliet and Ophelia's part, and murder worse than that of Cawdor's Thane is yearly done in our splendid lines. Yet, spite of this, we ever do remain heroes and heroines of classic lore. What matter then, if in this dim beyond some private woes and family bickerings do mar the tenor in our ways? This is the penalty we pay for fame, a fame which even elocutionists have failed to ruin and entirely mar, a fame which, though idle shattering world may try, it cannot rob us of, it still needs us. O ladies, let's in silence bear the wounds of private life, and let us turn a smiling face unto the shades without.
End of When Shades Assemble, by Marjorie Benton Cook.
Zenobia by Hereward Carrington. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Zenobia, A Dream of Ancient Egypt. A Psychic Drama in 7 Scenes. By Hereward Carrington, joint author of The Mysteries of Myra, etc. Devised, staged, and with scenic effects by Harry Squires. Cast of characters:
Jacques Dupont, an artist. Read by Chuck Williamson.
Dr. Robert Morton, occult investigator. Read by Todd.
Princess Neftari Ra, the Mummy. Read by Laurie Ann Walden.
Narrator. Read by Catherine Edman. Attendants, etc. Time: the present. Place: Egypt, near the pyramids. Scene 1. Full set, showing sands of desert, sphinx, and pyramids in distance. Mummy chamber in center. Faint blue light on stage and illuminating mummy. Faint, weird music is in progress. Stage is empty for about 30 seconds at opening. Then voices are heard coming from a distance. They get louder and louder. Finally, Dupont and Dr. Morton enter right, talking.
I tell you, my dear friend, it's all rubbish. There's no such thing. I'm a complete materialist. And all this talk about souls and spirits and reincarnation and all that is so much trash. Why,
don't display your ignorance any further, my dear boy. You are speaking of phenomena you know nothing about. I have seen these things, and I know. You know I'm not a lunatic or unbalanced, don't you?
Yes, but...
My dear boy, there's no but about it. I assure you solemnly that these things are true. They really happen, and science is doing more and more to prove them every day. Spirits exist, and they can continue to influence those still living. Out here in this gorgeous desert, with the influences and traditions of the pyramids behind us,
Indicates them by a sweep of the arm.
I don't see how you can doubt.
Dupont, who has been moving about a little during this talk, and ascended the steps so that he can see the mummy in the room asleep.
Good God. Rob, come here, old man, quick, and see what we found. How on earth did this get here, do you think? Oh, what a beautiful creature she must have been, too.
He advances a step or two nearer.
An Egyptian goddess, cut in the whitest marble. And what exquisite lines! Those features, those arms, the curves of the bust, the throat. Oh, Robert, what a find! My God, If she were only alive.
Well, your artistic interest is no more aroused than my scientific sense.
He ascends the steps and looks at the figure.
If we only knew the secret of life, how to restore it, some elixir.
Why not try? You said you know all about these occult things. Why not try some evocation to bring her back?
No, no. With one so long dead, the consequences might be other than we suspect. We cannot tell. Take my advice. Do not press me further.
Why not? What can happen? I'll take the risk. Come, in the name of our old friendship, and by promise you once made me, I conjure you to do what you can. Perform any ceremony, and we will see the effects. Of course, nothing will happen, but...
It shall be as you say. Though remember, I have warned you against it. Blame me not for anything that may befall. Come, stand here by me, and step not out of this magic circle until I give the word. Otherwise your life may pay the price.
Morton, while saying the last words, has drawn a sword from his sword-stick and traced a circle on the sand, and the sacred pentagram within it. He then lights a small jar of incense, and, taking the sword in his right hand, performs certain passes and figures with the point, at the same time muttering a spell or evocation. As he does so, the stage slightly darkens. The light in the mummy room becomes brighter. Morton and Dupont kneel and fall to the ground on their faces, Dupont at the silent command of Morton. The slow transformation from the statue to the living woman is accomplished. She thereupon moves, gets up, stretches, smiles, and finally speaks. During all this time the stage has been getting gradually brighter, but is never fully bright.
Ah, the bliss to feel once more after all these years the spark of life, the touch of moist, warm flesh, the thrill of living and of loving. To return to earth once more, yes, it is sweet. And sweet, too, is revenge. My return is for a purpose.
She catches sight of Dupont and Morton in the circle on the sand.
That head, that form, oh, Holy Mother Isis, oh, Osiris, give me strength aright, to live just long enough to justify my animation of this fair body, to use its fascination and its power to the great aim and end in view. So give me strength and steadfastness of purpose.
She crosses the floor of the mummy room, descends the stairs, and walks onto the sands, approaching the figures in the magic circle. As she does so, Morton gradually raises his head and catches sight of her. He gazes a moment, then clutches Dupont by the arm and brings him up so that he, too, can see the figure.
My God, a miracle! Or is it a vision?
He leans closer to assure himself, and she draws herself up in a haughty attitude as he does so. This assures him that she is a woman of flesh and blood. He proceeds.
No, she lives. Rob, look, look! She breathes and glances fire from her eyes. Our invocation has succeeded. No more a skeptic eye.
He advances toward her.
Fair maid, not long ago we saw you, sleeping marble, white and pure as the sands of yonder desert.
Indicates them.
And now you stand before us in all the beauty of your womanhood, brought to life by our magical invocation. Speak, fair wanderer from another sphere, and tell us of yourself, your name, and whence you came.
Many, many years have I lain asleep, encased in marble, a brain and heart of stone, waiting, waiting for the day of my reincarnation. 4,000 years ago, in ancient Egypt, I was a princess of the royal house, Neftari Ra. All Egypt bowed to do my bidding. I loved, I gave my love, my all, to a man fair to look upon, of grace of mind and strength of body, and for a time we two were happy.
She clasps her hands ecstatically and looks up at the audience. Pauses.
And then my lover wearied of me, betrayed me, and one night, just such a night as this, he stabbed me with this very dagger.
Takes it from her belt and shows it.
Here into my fair breast did he plunge it.
Bares her breast, as far as the censors allow, and shows the scar.
To the hilt he drove it, and drank of my heart's blood.
She pauses and droops her head.
I died. For thousands of years have I lain asleep, waiting for the magic touch to restore me. And now I know that I am alive. I know also that my former lover still lives. For my life and his will cross again. So it was prophesied by the temple prophetess in the days of ancient Egypt.
Princess, I am overwhelmed by what you tell me. So horrible a crime that needs be expiated by the heart's blood of him who was your murderer. If I can do aught to serve you, you have but to command me.
You are right indeed as to the expiation of this crime. When his reincarnated soul meets mine and realizes that 'twas he who so foully murdered me, then his death knell shall have sounded. Ha! You say you would serve me? Then come tonight to my palace, 3 earthly miles from here.
Points.
See, on the Nile, at 8. I shall expect you. Come.
Exits.
Wondrous vision! Come! Rob, my friend, did you see and hear as I did just now? What can it all mean?
Strokes his forehead.
That palace! We have just visited it but yesterday, and it was dead, a pile of ruins. Yet now she says she lives there. Mystery of mysteries! Come, Rob, my friend, let us rest, and then to the palace and the princess.
Exeunt. Lights out. Drop curtain for Scene 2. Exterior of ruined Egyptian temple. Faint blue lights. Blue sky showing between the columns. Weird, faraway music resounds from within the temple. Enter Dupont and Morton left, and stand in front of the temple. Look up at it.
This is the place, the very place. Yet it is dark and ruined. No signs of life about. Can it be that she was tricking you, playing upon your youthful credulity?
No, not that. The very soul shone out of her eyes, and when she spoke of meeting once again her lover, I felt a thrill of envy sweep through me. Stay, what was that?
He grasps Morton by the arm, and they both listen as the music becomes louder, then softer again, and finally dies away.
Music! And from within the temple! There must be someone inside it, then. But stay, my friend, a moment before so rashly venturing in. You do not altogether realize the danger that you run. She is more than merely earthly woman. There is something of the supernatural about her. Be persuaded by me. Leave this place before it is too late, before you have gone too far.
Oh, cease your croakings. How can I think of aught else when she is present and awaits me? If you fear for yourself, stay here, but I will enter.
Does so.
Aye, I will stay and watch.
Scene 3. Interior of Egyptian palace. Huge columns of stone at the back and on both wings. Right, a dais. Upon it a throne. To the left of throne, a table containing wine, fruit, etc. Cushions about. Egyptian details as far as possible. Faint blue light, which gradually becomes brighter on throne, in which is discovered, seated, the princess. Soft music is heard, then dies away as Dupont enters.
Hail, and welcome, honored guest. After your journey you must be weary and need rest. Sit you down, drink, here is wine.
She fills 2 goblets and hands him one.
Will I dance for your entertainment as I did of old? Yes, before my lover 4,000 years ago.
Ah, yes, most beauteous princess, and come to my arms when weary.
Zenobia then throws off a veil and begins to dance in a circle, constantly coming back to Dupont, and each time she does, she strips off a veil and throws it at his feet, until she has as little on as the censors will permit. Dupont has been getting more and more enthralled all this time, and finally puts down his wine cup and stretches out his arms to her. She falls at his feet and throws herself into his arms. They kiss passionately.
Fairest of women, dearest princess, my very heart and soul are yours. My life's blood pulsates but for you. Give me your love, as I have given you life, to hold you in my arms, to feel the warmth of your kiss upon my lips. Yes, for this I would sacrifice all, body, heart, and soul, for you.
Looks at her again, picks up a wine cup and holds it aloft as a toast. He goes on.
Give me dancing, give me wine, bright eyes glancing into mine, kisses sucking up my breath. Give me passion, give me death.
You mean that?
Leaning forward and speaking slowly.
If you have my love, will you, too, promise to give me yourself, body, heart, and soul, for this life and all lives to come?
Drinking another goblet of wine.
I do, I do. Let me but love you, and all I have or am or ever will be is yours.
He leans forward to take her more closely in his arms.
Wait, wait. Not now. This palace is enchanted.
A low burst of music is heard. He starts back.
Come to me tonight at 12.
She picks up a veil and gathers it around herself.
In the room where first you saw me, and all I have to give in love will I give. At 12 tonight.
She passes behind a pillar or something of the kind, and is gone. Dupont runs and looks behind the pillar, finds her gone.
Oh God, to hold her in my arms, to feel her kiss, her passionate embrace, at 12 tonight. What can the time be now?
Looks at wristwatch.
Already 10. I must be gone. Oh, being, natural or supernatural, I am yours.
Exits. Scene 4. Drop. Desert scene. A sandstorm is in progress. Faint light. Storm clouds. General storm effects. Enter Dupont, right, staggering along, more or less blinded by the sand and wind. and he holds up one arm over his face and eyes, then stops and falls to his knees.
This cursed wind and sand, it fills my eyes and ears and nearly strangles me. I must be nearly there. Were it not for her, I would turn back. But she, the prize, I must on, struggle on, and pray the god Osiris.
Stops.
How came I to name the heathen god? It came to my lips without my bidding. Strange, strange. Oh, I must be gone. 'Tis nearly 12.
He struggles up and out left. Scene 5. Same as scene 1. No storm. Stage is nearly dark. No figures visible anywhere. Dupont enters right, wiping his face with his handkerchief. He looks about.
Oh, thank all the gods, the storm has ceased. This quiet spot seems magically sheltered, and here she awaits me. Oh, love, my divine one, I come to you.
He runs up the steps and into the mummy room. Pauses a moment, looking about in the dark, seeing no one. At that instant he's grabbed by 2 Arabs, dressed in conventional garb, thrown to the ground, gagged, bound hand and foot. A trap is opened in the floor, from which a faint blue light enters. One man descends. His body is passed to him, and the 2 men start to carry him through the trapdoor and down a steep flight of stairs, when the lights go out. Stage is in complete darkness. Gradually, faint blue light is seen, indicating. Scene 6. Rock-lined tomb, faintly lighted in blue. Princess Zenobia is seen standing, wrapped in winding white trappings, half resembling a mummy. The 2 assistants are seen carrying Dupont's body down a steep flight of stairs. They deposit him on the floor, fold their arms, and look at her for instructions.
Go.
Pointing to steps, they exeunt. She then takes the gag out of Dupont's mouth and unties his feet, leaving his hands tied. He staggers to his feet. She confronts him.
What can this mean? So late I held you in my arms and pressed my lips to yours, and now I am bound, a prisoner in a dungeon, a damp, cold, vaulted chamber, with the very atmosphere of death.
He shudders.
My love, loose me, unbind me, give me your love, yourself, as late you promised me. For you I crossed the blinding, sandy desert. Is that not proof of my devotion? Come, fairy princess, do not play with me. What means this rough reception at your hands?
Oh, Jacques Dupont, when first you undertook the quickening of my soul to life, you brought into your life more than you ever dreamed of. A supernatural being, your friend called me. Well, that I am.
Dupont starts back.
You know the secret of my life and birth, my birth into this life, my present incarnation. But do you know that I have lived apart, and longed and waited all these years for this supreme moment? Centuries and centuries have I slept the sleep of death, awaiting incarnation. I told you once before I was a princess in the days of Egypt. Yes, that I was foully murdered by my best beloved, to him whom I had given soul and body. Yes, stabbed with this very dagger.
Takes it out.
In this my once fair breast. And did I tell you, too, of him who thus betrayed me, that demon fiend incarnate, who in his hour of triumph cast me aside for another, a priestess of the temple of Isis, Do you remember,
points at him,
in those days of long ago, how I loved and longed for you in your last incarnation?
Oh God, am I mad? Do I remember? Can I be he?
Zenobia screams with laughter.
Ah, he remembers! Holy Mother Isis, he remembers! Yes, I am the reincarnation of that princess, and you, the living, breathing image of my former lover. Long, long have I waited for revenge, and at last it has come. This dagger which once you plunged in my fair bosom shall now find rest and lodgment in your heart. You gave yourself to me, body and soul, you said. Yes, body and soul, and your heart's blood you gave to me. Well, not I take it. Isis, Osiris, to you I give him, to you I offer him a living sacrifice.
She stabs him. Dupont falls to the floor. She stands gazing at him for a moment, then turns and mounts the stairs to the upper room. Scene 7. Upper mummy room. Stage almost dark. A faint blue light gives, as she ascends, a soft glow. She places herself on the couch and is gradually retransformed to the marble image. The rest of the stage is in more or less darkness. It becomes gradually lighter, and Dupont and Morton are discovered on the floor in the center of their magic circle, faces to the ground, as they were left in the first scene before the mummy came to life. As it gets brighter, Morton lifts his head. He shakes Dupont by the arm. Dupont sits up, putting his hand to his head and passing his fingers through his hair, etc. He looks wild, his eyes staring. He gasps and clutches his throat.
Oh God, she stabbed me! She stabbed me!
Quiet, old man, quiet. If you will go in for magical seances, you must expect disturbing visions. All of them are not pleasant. Come, tell me what it was you saw, under the spell of the ceremony. What did you dream?
Shakes him.
Come, tell me.
A vision. A dream. Yes, I'll tell you.
They seat themselves. As Dupont is about to begin his story, the curtain slowly descends. End of Zenobia by Hereward Carrington.